So, Mr. Chair, we do have quorum present. We have started the live stream, so if you wish to proceed, you may start the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our virtual meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. We will begin the meeting today with the City Clerk calling the roll for attendance at today's meeting.
Members of committee, I will be calling your names, so please indicate your presence. Councillor Dillon.
Here.
Councillor Singh, who I did not see join the meeting yet. Councillor Fortini.
Yes, good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros will be late. Councillor Bowman.
I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
Peter, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Willens.
Present.
Councillor Santos.
I am here.
And Chair Vasante. So you have 8 members present, Mr. Chair. You have quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We move on to approval of the agenda. Does any member wish to add a business item to today's meeting? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list.
Just for the record, I was on, Councillor Vicente. I was not switched on to the right mode.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. The clerk will so note. So my first is with Councillor Willens. Councillor Willens.
Councillor Fortini, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Oh, Councillor Willens.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, just quickly, I'd like to add under Public Works section, just a discussion item on the road resurfacing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Willens. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given that the mayor is not here right now, he did want to add, and I'll add for him, discussion on diabetes and in particular Sonia Sadhu's, I don't know if it's a private member's bill or, Peter, you have the information, I believe?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do. It would be added as proposed item 11.3.1 under new business for community services regarding Bill C-237.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, I know Councillor Willens added something on the resurfacing. There's a motion ready. When I put my name up, sorry, I didn't send it to all panelists. And also I'd like to add a discussion on the pre-agenda or the updates on the regional. I don't know which under committee. I think it's corporate service on the discussion on that.
Thank you. I see no other speakers on my list, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Willens to approve the agenda. Instead of seeking a recorded vote for this item, I will ask if there is anyone opposed to the motion. Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Thank you. There are no objections, so the motion carries. Meetings of municipal councils are open to the public for transparency and accountability, and our meeting will continue to be as well, with a few precautions and limitations. In-person attendance at this meeting is very limited. Members and most staff are participating electronically in this meeting, but the public can still access and participate in the meetings in a number of ways, including through our live stream and by submitting questions to the clerk through this email address, cityclerksoffice@brampton.ca. That's cityclerksoffice@brampton.ca. So we'll now move on to item 3. Does any member have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? Seeing none, the clerk will so note for the minutes. Our next item is item 4, the consent motion. The items listed with a caret on the agenda are considered to be routine and non-controversial. The consent motion is to adopt these matters on today's agenda without the need for a separate discussion on the items unless a member requests separate discussion. Does any member wish to add or remove an item from the consent motion today? Councillor Singh.
I think we have only one in-camera item, and I'd like to approve that here and not enter in-camera for any discussion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Singh. I see no other speakers, so the clerk will so note, and I have a motion moved by Councillor Singh to approve the consent motion. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries.
So, Mr. Chair, sorry, now that the closed session has been added to consent, there is a public motion arising from closed session that will have to be voted on in public.
Thank you.
So we'll bring that up on the screen. Charlotte, it's on the second last page.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And members of committee, you have the motion before you and in your agenda. Councillor Singh, would you like to move receipt this motion?
Sure.
Approval, please.
Approval of the motion. Yes, Mr. Clerk. Do I have any speakers to the approval of this motion? Seeing none, are there any opposed? That carries. Members of committee, our next item is government relations update, where we have staff to report on item 6.1, government relation matters. Mr. Lucas is here with a presentation for committee on government relations. Welcome, Blaine.
Since last week's conversation on the regional agenda, sorry, my mic's on, good. Both council and committee, staff have reviewed the format for the government relations presentation. The challenge continues to be the timing of the release of the regional agenda each Thursday on or about 1600 to 1800 hours. The public affairs team has tried to mitigate the time it takes to review and analyze the volume of material in order to provide a summary of the information in a way that can best support members of council. For this week's government relations update, last Friday, I sent an email to members of council outlining a series of regional agenda items staff identified and flagged for further review and analysis. The purpose of this email was to give you an opportunity to let the public affairs team know if there are any additional items that require presentation. We will continue this process each Thursday moving forward to ensure the items prioritized by our team capture the information important to members of council. If we could move forward to slide 3, Peter. Oh, sorry, the second slide. If you go back one for me, sorry about that. So the very first slide we have for you is an outline of the agenda items that we prioritized based on our review, and some highlights that we'll provide over these 9 items. Okay, if we can move forward to slide 3. Alrighty. So the first regional agenda item is a list of public delegations with a focus on addressing mental health and homeless issues in Brampton's downtown. We wanted to highlight that a number of delegations representing downtown Brampton are scheduled to speak. The topic, as described by the delegations, is a perceived increase in mental health, addiction, and homelessness in this area. In consultation with the Economic Development Team, as well as the Social Support Task Force, it is clear they're working closely with business owners to find ways to address concerns and at the same time support vulnerable members of our community. We know the city has been working closely with the region, and the delegates should be expecting a regional response on the operational plan to support members of our community dealing with mental health issues, addiction, and people experiencing homelessness. It is important to note that mental health, addiction, and homelessness are separate and distinct issues. The city and the region will continue to work collaboratively to support the vulnerable members of our community. Staff are also continuing to focus on COVID-19 impacts on residents and the business community. Okay, if we can move forward, Peter, the next slide. Great, thank you. All right, we move now on to item 8.2 on the Regional Appeal agenda. It was an update on the COVID-19 funding for human services. This report is complementary to the funding the region is scheduled to receive from both the federal and provincial governments through the Safe Restart Agreement. The funding is specific to COVID-19 operational costs incurred by the Region Appeal. Through various tables and interactions, staff continue to advocate to ensure Brampton community benefits from the funding that flows through the region, especially to assist with the immediate COVID-19 related challenges in our city. In reviewing the attachments included with the agenda through the Social Services Relief Fund, Approximately $930,000 has flowed to various community service agencies within the city, and an additional $250,000 was allocated through Reaching Home programs. So there's a number of community service agencies within the city that have received some funding and have also been assisting folks during COVID-19. The regional item 8.2 is a recommendation which was reviewed by staff, and it does speak to that the region will continue to monitor expenditures and adjust their programs accordingly in response to COVID-19 and the impact on human services. So based on the review, internal city staff recommend that members of council support the recommendation. Okay. Can you move forward, Peter? Slide 5. Alrighty, the next item on the regional agenda is under 11.1. It is an issue around the performance indicators for curbside collection and performance of contractors. So it did speak a lot to COVID-19 and some adjustments, operational adjustments that the contractors need to make in order to meet their performance indicators, which was in the report described as late collections. So the contractors had improved between 70 and 75% over the course of the evaluation period. So the information from staff is that this report is received. Okay, we can move on to slide 6. Alrighty, now moving forward on to item 11.3. It also is a recommendation. It's a request for additional funds and to award a contract for the widening and improvement of Bovair Drive from Credit View Road to Worthington Avenue. So we reached out to our internal public works staff, who were well aware of this project in wards 5 and 6. It is estimated in the report that the contract cost is a little bit over $20.3 million, with an increase of approximately $4.8 million. The report outlines the cost drivers, which include CN rail adjustments, soil management, and COVID-19 additional operation expenditures around staff occupational health and safety adjustments. So the request for tender was issued to retain a vendor to complete construction of 1,400 meters of roadway, including a low-impact stormwater system and new multi-use pathways, including active transport, and replacement of the original westbound grade separation structure over CN rail. So based on the review and our consultation with Public Works, the recommendation from staff is to support the recommendation put forward under 11.3. If we can move forward to slide 7. All right, so under item 11.4, stormwater infrastructure management update. So again, for information report regarding funding for the region through the Clean Water and Wastewater Fund, it aligns with the city's asset management program, including financial support the city receives from the same funding mechanism. Peel Region has inventoried and inspected their stormwater network, valued at approximately $400 million. And they found 75% of the network was in good condition, 15% was in poor condition, and 8% in bad condition. City of Brampton was also required, as per Ontario regulation, to develop asset management plans. The city has engaged in many of the same activities outlined in this report. City of Brampton has also received funding for stormwater infrastructure and participates on a working group with Peel Region, the City of Mississauga, and the Town of Caledon. While you're probably aware of this, staff continue to work collaboratively and meet regularly with their counterparts to ensure approaches are aligned where opportunities exist. And the staff position was to receive this report. Move forward to slide 8. All right, the next item on the Peel Region agenda was under 19.1. It is also a recommendation. It's regarding the 2021 Regional Council and Committee meeting schedule. We've included a full meeting schedule as part of the appendix for members of council, included in our presentation. The schedule has remained consistent with previous years, and the schedule was also vetted by the City Clerk's office and to flag any conflicts. And based on that review conducted by Peter's team, the staff support this recommendation. Okay, if we can move on to slide 9. All right, under item 19.3, it's also for information. It's regarding the 2020 development charge background study and bylaw review. Included in the agenda was the region's 2020 development charge background study. In addition to the information included in the agenda, there is a separate memo from the region's chief financial officer, plus the study itself. It is a very long document. It's about 700 pages, but the public affairs team is happy to share an electronic version at the request of any members of council. Overall, the table on the side of our presentation summarizes the change in development charge rates by sector and development type. We did ask that our City of Brampton Finance review the report. In their initial review, the proposed regional development charge bylaw harmonizes some policies within the city's 2019 development charge bylaw, and those include defining stacked townhouses as apartment units, sunset clause on demolition credits, and revising the industrial definition. So based on the very preliminary review of that report, the staff position is to recommend that the report is received. If we can move forward to slide 11. All right, we now move on to item 22.1, which was a resolution at Regional Council regarding public disclosure of businesses with COVID-19 outbreaks. The resolution speaks to recommendations related to the public disclosure of COVID-19 outbreaks in workplaces. And based on the resolution, the focus is to be open and transparent across the region in reporting of these instances. Included with the appendix to the presentation was a notice of motion for your review. We've engaged our legal team, and we're advised that any specific questions should be directed to the regional solicitor. The staff position was to support the resolution moving forward. So that concludes the key regional agenda items that the team pulled together. I know the subject matter experts are online and ready to help should you have any specific questions. I'm also happy to take questions. If the information is not readily available, the Public Affairs team commits to providing a response via email to members of council or prior to the regional council meeting scheduled for tomorrow. So we'll just pause in the presentation. If there's any questions, I'm happy to field them now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lucas. I do have some questions from members of committee. Councillor Palleschi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this is exactly what I've been talking about. My hat goes off to Blaine Gurdeep. This is I think exactly what the city city council needs, what we need to be prepared going into regional council tomorrow. I understand that it's difficult because they publish the agenda, and then once it's made available to the public, then it's crunch time to get some of this information turned around and brought to members. But I think as this moves along, we'll understand, or at least government relations will understand, what's pending, what's coming forward. And also once we have the full complement of the commissioners at the table, I recall that when we, the commissioners that we did have, we're talking a lot to the commissioners at the region. So we always knew they always knew what was pending and what should be coming before us in these updates. So I think this is a great start. I think it'll get better. And again, thank you to Blaine Gurdeep for putting this forward and making it out to what it is. A couple of the questions that I had with respect to the funding for human services, do we fully know what the funding, where the funding's going in terms of Brampton and helping out Brampton? I see that Social Services Task Force had comments in there for the homeless issues. But do we know what the allocation of funds are currently now?
Through the chair to, excuse me, to the councillor. I do have a chart, sir, that outlines the Social Services Relief Fund and the amounts and the community organization that received those funds, and also a list of the Reaching Home, the total funding, and each one of the organization that received that funding. I can forward that to all members of council at the conclusion of the presentation, if that answers your question, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be great to know that. I think Councillor Willens is on there to talk probably about Bovaird. So, and I look forward to hearing what Councillor Santos also has to talk about the downtown safety, because I think this again, this is a great opportunity for us to hear from regional councillors, city councillors, and what their advice is, what their comments are, essentially, so we can be united at regional council and fight for Brampton. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks again.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor Frattini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question to the CEO. We never had all this stuff in the past. Even
Point of
last
order.
term. Go ahead.
Councillor Pleshier, just allow the member to finish his statement.
Thank you. So we never had all this in the past because there was something saying, well, one's a regional, one's a city councillor, and we weren't allowed to touch a lot of the stuff as regional because we're not elected as a region. Now, I understand Mississauga gets certain updates, but they all sit at the regional table. I just feel, when we get updates, anything important towards like Brampton, like a widening of a road or something, we used to have updates, that's fine. But we're going to start asking questions to staff and we're going to put staff in a bad position because they're not regional staff and do all this running around and doing homework, sending us emails back and forth. We got city councillors here and we got
Point of
regional.
order.
I'm still speaking.
Councillor Pleshier, go ahead.
No, and I wanted to give the member the opportunity to continue, but my point of order still goes back to the comment made that we have never had this before. So can I get a clarification from the clerk?
I was going to ask that, Councillor Pleshier, I was going to ask that. So in the past, I understand we did get some updates, but not the whole agenda.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order.
I'm going to ask that, Councillor Pleshier, if we did this.
Councillor Frattini, I will allow the clerk to provide a response.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe in the previous term of council, there were updates provided in the form of PowerPoint presentation similar to what was provided today. Whether it addressed every aspect of every agenda, I don't know, but it did touch on the key points that were relevant to the city.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And that's what I was getting at. So I don't mind certain points, but if we're going to start going through the whole agenda of the region, and then we got to ask our staff region and put more people at work, and they can't answer questions. It's not fair to staff to put them in this position. So, I have no issue giving us up updates. There was never a motion put forward. It was a discussion, and I'd like to continue discussion, anything to do with affects us in Brampton, like a safety or road widening. But if we're going to start going through a whole regional agenda, and then the following week we're going to start asking questions to our staff, that's not fair to our staff. And
Point of order.
A lot of time.
Thank you.
And
Go ahead, Councillor Pleshier.
I'm asking.
The comment was made that there was no motion put forward to have GR updates. Can I get a clarification on that, please?
Mr. Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there may have been. I haven't gone back and researched this. I wasn't expecting this conversation.
Okay, Councillor Frattini, can you just finish up your point?
Yeah, so as far as I know, it was just a discussion last week. So I don't mind continuing that, anything to do that affects us, but to go through the whole regional agenda, which was never done in the past completely, and then ask questions. So I'd like to ask the CEO, does that create a problem for the staff and all this extra time that they're doing when everyone could go online and listen to what the region has to say? It's open to the public. I don't see why we have to put our staff in a situation where we're asking regional staff when they're not regional staff, they're city staff.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Staff, is there a response?
I'm asking the CEO, please.
Yeah.
CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I appreciate the question, the opportunity to speak to this, because it's really about managing expectations. So I think it's a healthy conversation to make sure that as staff, we're getting it right for you. And so Councillor Fortini raises an important aspect of the accountability with respect to bringing forward, what's happening at the region as we have in today's example. But again, the city staff are not regional staff. Our staff are not prepared to defend or explain in detail what's happening with these regional reports or regional recommendations. Certainly, regional staff should be doing that, and I would encourage councillors to ask those questions to regional staff and or to their regional colleagues, many of whom also sit on this table. And so I know the example was pointed at the city of Mississauga, so for Brampton to follow that example in terms of how they discuss regional items. And I would say we did look into it, and the city of Mississauga does not do these types of presentations that we have before us today. They ask their councillors at the local municipal level if there's anything on the regional agenda that they would like highlighted with more detail. So it's a little more customized versus the full-out approach of distributing everything on the agendas. I would say certainly that does provide a little more work, would be an understatement in terms of preparing presentations the way the style that you've got it today. And that's okay. Certainly if council does want that, we're happy to provide it. But again, I think it's understanding and managing the expectations, and we're in council's hands, we're serving council. But I think if we get a handle on exactly what it is council's expectations are from a staff side, answering on regional reports and recommendations is not something that we are prepared to do or have the resources to do or are accountable for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini.
So thank you. So I want to put a motion forward because there was only a discussion. There was never a motion forward. Like we could get briefing, anything to affect the city like we always did, but we never had this in the past last term, and we never had it in the past.
Point of order.
I'd like to put a motion on the floor.
Councillor Paleski, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, the member keeps saying that we haven't had this last year. We never had this last year. He said it 3 times now in the last 2 meetings. We've had clarification from the clerk that said we have had this last term. You can go on the city's website. You can find minutes of the GR updates last term. Can I just ask that the member no longer say that we never had this last term, because that is incorrect.
Councillor
Thank you.
Paleski,
Thank you, Councillor Paleski. Councillor Paleski, thank you for your comments. I will let the member respond, but I am happy to attest that in the previous term of council, there were updates with respect to regional items, and they were usually specific to critically important items that affected specifically the city of Brampton.
absolutely. And that's exactly what I was going to say, and I don't mind that, but to go through the whole agenda, and then when we go to the region tomorrow, and then we come next week and we got to ask questions to our city staff, I don't want to put our city staff in that position that they can't answer and say we have to get back to and go around doing more homework. So anything like we did in the past to give us updates that affects us, that's fine. But anything else should not come to here. We have a regional council and it should be done at the region. So that's what my motion want to say. I like to continue what we did in the past, not the full agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that perhaps Councillor Paleski, you may agree that we do desire for staff to give us a heads up on important items that are happening at the region. And that does give members of council, including the city councillors, an opportunity to provide input and help regional council members to make better decisions on behalf of the city. And I see the clerk is typing in the wording for this motion. I guess we'll deal with this first. Do I have a number of other speakers, Councillor Fortini, so perhaps we can come back to this.
Councillor Vincente, Mr. Chair, since I was named by both you and the member, may I speak to this, please?
Please do, briefly, please.
So I think One, there is already a motion that council fully supported. So anything different than that motion would require 2/3 to reopen. And I don't think that that motion was specific in every single item on the regional agenda. I have always been very clear that it's the regional items that affect Brampton. And I don't mean that they're adding a sidewalk to the side of a road in Brampton. That's not, come on.
Yep.
I think that members and I think the CAO has blown this out of proportion a little bit. I have never once said I want staff to go through tooth and comb the regional agenda. I said I wanted it to be just like it was last term when we had GR updates come to council last term.
Understood, Councillor. And I'll ask the clerk perhaps to go back through the record and search for the motion as it was read before. But in the interest of time, I want to just park this for a moment while we go on to other members who have questions with regards to the GR updates.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, and I agree with Councillor Palashi. The GR updates, I have no issue. But we cannot go, my question is, we can't go through the whole agenda, what's going on at the region, and ask staff questions. Anything with GR updates, I have no issue. We did that in the past,
Very
and I'm
good.
saying that.
Thank you, Councillor Fertini. We understand what you are saying and also what Councillor Palashi is saying. Let's move on, and we'll just ask the clerk to research the previous motion and to give us advice on how to proceed on this one in a moment. But for now, Councillor Santos, you're next.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, and I do agree that we don't necessarily need an in-depth analysis and that indeed just key highlights. And I would also recommend that if city councillors who do not sit at the region have a look at the council agenda at the region. And if you have, I'm happy myself as regional councillor to share with you some of the key items that are coming up. So perhaps we as council can take responsibility as regional councillors to be better at communicating what may be coming up at the agenda. And when I review the regional council agenda this evening, I will send an email to the city councillors to let them know as well. Okay, so that's my comment on that. Related to the downtown safety issues, Councillor Vicente, myself, Councillor Majeros, Councillor Bowman, as the downtown representatives where this issue is most impacted, we have been in communication through the Social Support Task Force with city security staff, with fire and emergency staff, with the BIA, with St. Andrew's Church, with residents in various neighborhoods throughout downtown Brampton and along the Etobicoke Creek Trail. This issue, as we know, is somewhat seasonal, but I think what's boiling up at the region next week is an opportunity to really highlight to the region, our fellow regional councillors in Mississauga, as well as in Caledon, the importance of dealing with this issue right now. I got a message from somebody this morning who said that they just walked by Queen and Main Street, or no, Main and Church Street, and it was crazy how many people were loitering outside of the 7-Eleven. And so this issue, it continues to be a problem. Unfortunately, COVID-19 has made the situation somewhat worse. So we are bringing it to the region. Councillor Vicente and I had, and the mayor had a meeting with regional staff, city staff, regeneration, etc. yesterday, 1-hour meeting to discuss what that immediate plan moving forward will be to deal with this issue right away, despite some of the longer term plans already at play at the region. The delegates, there are about 5 or 6 delegates. The intention of them coming to delegate to the region tomorrow is to further emphasize that we do need in downtown Brampton the mental health, addictions, and homelessness support in that area. And we're hoping, fingers crossed, that the plan that the staff presented to us tomorrow and some direction we provided to them yesterday will help to address these concerns. So that's just a quick update on that agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, I have Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you, through you, the Chair. Yeah, just quickly, doesn't have to be now, but maybe we can get an update on the report in regards to COVID in the wastewater that's been detected. I think this is a study that's been done with the Canadian Water Network as well. So maybe for next council, or whenever they can get it, to see how it coincides with perhaps maybe higher density areas with the wastewater that's being used in that area. If there's a coalition between high counts of detection in the wastewater versus the areas of higher density. But if maybe we can find a report back or just a quick update from the region in a future meeting just on the COVID that has been detected in our wastewater, because I know that's an issue around the globe. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, members of committee, we will be asking Councillor Pelletier to move receipt of the government relations matter. But before that, we have the motion moved by Councillor Fortini, and I just asked the clerk if he can provide some information on what has been passed before by council in this regard.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I believe there was a resolution passed in the last term of council, but this term of council in April of this year, there was a resolution passed C117-2020 at the April 15th meeting. And it was that therefore be it resolved that moving forward, staff present a report on government relations matters at each council meeting. So it was very generic in terms of council had an appetite for continuing to receive updates. The further motion from Councillor Fortini is just a further clarification of that in terms of the type of information to come forward. So I don't see it as contrary to the motion that the resolution of council already in place.
Very good. So I have speakers to this motion. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair, to the staff. On page 2 of the government relations, it says select item agendas. Could you just let us know, because I do recall hearing something said about us reaching out to staff to request specific items or items that they would like to have covered. Could you just repeat that, please, or what that process is supposed to look like?
Through the chair to the councillor. So the process that we've implemented last Thursday, we were in receipt of the agenda on or about 1600 hours. It actually arrived around 1800. So at that point, our staff, the GR staff, went through, tried to forecast what would be of interest to the City of Brampton and the members of council. From there, we initiated a process which we refer to as a rapid response team. We take each item, send it out to the subject matter experts within the municipality, asking them for feedback. At the same time, we take the regional agenda, which we receive about 24 hours in advance of the public posting, and I will email it out to members of council, basically for your awareness, and asking if there's any additional items other than the 9 items that we, through our preliminary assessment, would like us to research. So then that gives us, Friday, and then the Monday and Tuesday of the following week to conduct the research based on those priority items, any follow-up items that have been identified by members of council, reach out to the subject matter experts within the municipality, secure a response, write the presentation, and then be ready for council on Wednesday. So that would be our process, which we reintroduced last Thursday. So,
okay.
Does that answer your
Yes,
your
yes,
question,
it does. Is the same amount of time put in or invested when you're doing the reports from the province and the federal level of government?
So through the chair.
Or is this in addition to that work?
This is in addition. So what we do with the federal and provincial updates is we are on multiple distribution lists from different levels of government, different organizations, AMO, FCM. We consolidate that information on a daily basis. Right now, it also gets applied to the COVID-19 updates that the CAO sends out to all staff. We consolidate that. Each Friday, we put all the information from those 5 days into one document, which also forms the foundation of our report for council the following Wednesday. So right now, we're doing both of those tasks simultaneously and hoping that we capture everything that is of value to members of council.
Okay, thank you. So we didn't have so much of a review of the province and the federal, provincial and federal, but there was a great chunk of information you provided today for the region. And I think the key words here is select agenda items. And it's going to be helpful when you send around and ask if there's anything of specific interest. I think everything you've covered here today is useful for all counselors, especially, the city councilors who are not attending some of these meetings. So it doesn't, to me, it doesn't seem like you're compiling or, reviewing and giving a synopsis of the whole entire agenda. I assume this list will fluctuate depending on what is coming through at the region. So I don't see I think you are accomplishing exactly what we were looking for. And so I would prefer to see this process happen as it is. This is the first week, and there's going to be others, and I think it's an opportunity for us to assess after, if after a few weeks it becomes a bit more labor intensive and it's not helpful. If it's clear that it's not helpful, then we can review it. But right now, this is extremely helpful information, and it is allowing for the city councilors to, ask questions, or that may be helpful. I think it might be helpful, and it's also a great review for regional councilors that are going to have to go through that large binder. It's like a good synopsis. So thank you so much for that work. I do appreciate it, and I would like to continue seeing this process roll out as it is right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams, and I think some members of council eat binders for breakfast. My next speaker is Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I was pulling out a piece of plastic from my teeth. So thank you, and just to Peter Fay, thank you for quickly doing the research. I know it's difficult when you don't know that a discussion like this is coming. So I know that there was a direction given to staff to bring back the GR update, I think twice this term, and then finally a motion was put forward. Now, I don't recall the words of the motion being exactly like you read it out, nor do I recall it being on that date. But what I do recall is that the discussion around it was to make it similar to the previous GR update that we did have last term coming forward. So maybe if I can ask that we park this to come back before City Council and ask that the clerk's office be provided with more time to look into what the motion was and some of the other discussions around the GR update coming to council. Would that be something that members would support?
I don't see anyone responding immediately, but perhaps we'll just take that and move on to the next speaker if you don't have any other questions. Councillor Paleshi.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and last time. And, it's not that I think myself and Councillor Paleshi are saying the same thing. We do want the update, but not go so far in depth, very line by line, and ask questions. And because I don't want to put city staff on a certain position. We could go online. It's public. Everyone could go online and listen. Last term, I used to go online and watch the council meeting, or I used to attend directly at the council. It's everyone in the public could listen to it, but to spend more time on our staff and doing all these updates and answering these questions and going back and forth, it's very unfair to them. So like certain things, yes, I have no issue. And like we did last term, I got no problem. But to go line by line and all these questions, it's not fair for staff. So that's all I'm asking.
Okay, thank you. So members of committee, you have a number of motions on your screen. We'll move through them one by one. I'll allow the clerk to carry us through these decisions. Mr. Clerk.
So through you, Mr. Chair, they are separate and distinct motions, so you can take them one at a time. If you wish to take Councillor Fortini's first, Councillor Paleshi's is not an amendment, and you can proceed in that manner. I don't
Very
recall,
good.
has there been a recorded vote requested?
Not that I know of. So, members of committee, we have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini that future government.
Mr. Chair, I'm back on speakers.
Councillor Paleshi.
And I agree with Councillor Fortini. I think we are saying the same thing. But what I'm seeing in front of us is, and I have not heard that staff are doing the line by line item, nor are councillors asking questions of the regional agenda on the line by line item. Staff are selecting, just like it says, select agenda items. There's 9 items on case for regional council tomorrow. Next regional council, there may be 2 items, there may be 4 items, like we have seen in the past. So I think we're kind of saying the same thing. And if we're not deviating from currently what's before us here today, then what's the sense of the motions? That would be one of my questions. But my other question is that prior to moving Councillor Fortini's motion, which I believe is contrary, if we allow the clerk to be given time to go back and look at the conversation around the motion last time, I think that my motion, I think, should be essentially first, unless, Peter, you need me to actually move a referral.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my advice to you and the committee is these are mutually exclusive motions that can stand on their own and be voted on.
Very good. Very good. I have other speakers. If you're done, Councillor Paleshi.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I don't mean to. Can we bring it forward, like Councillor Paleshi said, for next council? Maybe we all get more of a staff report, or, I'm okay with that too. Like, I have no issue.
So, Councillor Fortini, would you like to refer this to the next council meeting?
Yes, it's taking time. I think we're saying the same thing. I just don't want to go in depth. And I think I'm not going against what Councillor Paleshi is saying, but I just don't want to go in depth very line by line. The important things affects Brampton. Yes, I had no problem. We did that. So maybe we could wait for next council meeting and discuss if Councillor Paleshi is okay, and I'm fine with that. And this way we just move on.
So for clarification, we're now referring both motions to the next meeting of council, or just Councillor Fortini's? Councillor Paleshi.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I would support Councillor Fortini's now referral to move that to, and then kind of let's smash the 2 motions together. And just I don't think a staff report is warranted. I think if Councillor Fortini was to agree, we're just asking the clerk to go back and look at the discussion around this, and then bring back what that discussion was. And I'm not saying in-depth analysis. Nobody has ever said in-depth analysis. So that's why I think Councillor Fortini and I are both on the same page on this one.
Thank you,
Councillor. I agree.
So yes. Now,
since you mentioned my name, yeah, thank you, Chair. And I agree. So whatever we did last term, I don't mind doing it this term, but not to go in depth. So let's wait for next council meeting, and we can work on something for everyone. And we
thank you.
Thank you.
So we're now speaking to a referral motion. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking to the referral motion, I support this being referred. It is important information that we need to bring back, and I think it deserves some importance when we look at what is going to be presented to us. And for myself, there was a great example in the last meeting when we had the plan for the second unit review program in Mississauga, and there were a number of questions that I raised and that I'd spoke to you about as well, Councillor Vicente. So I think it is important that we do this, and I think it's important we do right. So I support the referral.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Call the question.
Thank you. Members of committee, you have the motion before you of referral. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. And I also have a motion moved by Councillor Paleshi to receive the government relations report for the meeting of September 23rd, 2020. Any opposed? There is no objection, so the motion carries. Next, members of committee, we move on to 6.2, an update on the COVID-19 emergency. Mayor Brown has been providing regular updates to council or committee for our meetings, and I would now like to invite the mayor to provide an update to committee today. Mayor Brown.
Mayor Brown, you've just unmuted your microphone, but it doesn't appear to be, the volume doesn't appear to be up right now. We can't hear you at the moment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Well, we had our weekly press briefing this morning and highlighted a few important progress points that we've made. One, we've gone from 1 testing center to 3, and this is integral to keep the wait times down. When we had just the South Fletcher's Assessment Center, which the city provided to the province, we're hearing wait times in as much as 5 hours. The addition of Peel Memorial and Greenbrier for COVID testing makes a significant difference. I know I was told that yesterday Greenbrier completed 378 tests with average wait time being 25 minutes. And so we have work to do, and I'm looking forward to hearing the rollout of testing in pharmacies. But I know the province understands that the wait times we've experienced before was just too long, and we have to do better. We've got verbal go-ahead to have our tests processed locally at Brampton Civic, which means we can get same-day results. But the hospital is waiting for a written confirmation of that verbal go-ahead. The second thing that I should highlight is we have a weekly call with the GTHA mayors. And interesting is that we're hearing from public health that there's not significant transmission amongst restaurants. They've handled the stage 3 quite well, but where there's an area of concern we all need to keep an eye on is with banquet halls and weddings. And so I know that our bylaw is going to be mindful of that and looking out for concerns, but we do need to keep the numbers down. And today we're over 300 cases in Ontario, yesterday over 400, and so we're seeing numbers that are much closer to the higher numbers we saw in the spring, and so we all have to be extra diligent right now. But I think those are the areas that are causing some concern right now. I also wrote an op-ed in the Toronto Star this week, highlighting some of the greater risks that Brampton faces, and it's important for us to thank residents in our community. Sometimes there was people, complaining about Brampton having higher numbers, and my response was, how dare they, knowing that the risks that our essential workers take. I look at the fact that we've got the largest transportation logistics sector. Those, and Dr. Lowe talked about this today, those truckers going across the border have been infected by COVID-19. He said they've seen acquisition of COVID across the border. And these residents of ours are not hesitating. They're not flinching in the face of this danger. They're doing it for the betterment of Canada. Our supply chain is critical to Canada's economy. And you want food at the grocery stores. You want the supply chain to be maintained. We need the transportation sector to be maintained. And whether it's the cases we had at Amazon, the cases that our truckers have faced, they take on a greater risk to keep us safe. And so when people have seen higher cases in Peel Region, they should be saying, thank you. Thank you to the essential workers in Brampton that have taken on a risk for the betterment of the country. And I know numbers have started to, fall below our population levels. It looks like the numbers have creeped up in Toronto and Ottawa, so we haven't been leading the pack. But when we know that it was the inherent dangers that, unsung heroes in our community took on. Whether it's medical technology, medical laboratories, the food processing sector, the transportation logistics, we've got critical sectors in Brampton that have not stopped. These are not jobs you can do from home. These are jobs that unsung heroes have performed at great service to Canada and at a cost to personal safety and personal health. And so I highlighted that in my op-ed. I highlighted that again today. Be proud of Brampton. Be proud of the sacrifices that people have made, and we're going to get through this. Hopefully, hopefully these vaccine trials are going to be successful, and we're going to be in a position in a few months where we have successful trials and a vaccine. We just need to really do everything we can to be careful in the next few months, and we're going to get through this.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. I have some questions. First up, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Mary Brown, for that update. I have a question, and I'm not sure if it comes to this table, so forgive me if it doesn't. I've had some residents reach out about Greenbrier Rec Center having the testing center there, and there is a YMCA childcare center attached to it, and it's also right beside a school. So some are wondering why it was put there, and if there's another rec center that isn't attached to a childcare center, a better option in Ward 7 and 8 for that pop-up testing center. So that's my first question. And then my second question is around another resident wanted to know about the wedding licenses. If we're seeing an increase of cases and transition at weddings, is the city providing wedding licenses right now a good idea? So some residents wanted to know some answers around those two questions. Thank you.
So in terms of the location, ultimately those will be approved by the province. And so, I mean, that's a question that we can ask of our provincial representatives who deal with the province. I'm glad that we've got additional testing capacity. But in terms of if you have an alternative location to provide the LHIN, I'm sure they would welcome all ideas. And in terms of your second question, Councillor Williams, about wedding licenses, I guess Peter Fay would be the best person to speak to that. Maybe Peter, if you could chime in. On what circumstances does Brampton provide wedding licenses and marriage licenses, and what other cities are doing the same?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the mayor and to the question. Most municipalities have restarted the marriage license issuance process, and we act as an agent for the province on this. We do it by appointment only, and licenses can be obtained from any municipality in the province and are good anywhere in the province. So you don't have to obtain your marriage license here in Brampton. You can obtain it in Wawa and get married in Brampton. You can obtain it in Brampton and get married elsewhere in the province. So we are issuing licenses right now. There is a heavy demand for licenses, and we are doing it on appointment only for persons that are coming into City Hall.
Great, thank you. That answers my questions.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. In regards to the recommending to the LHIN, so just to reiterate, we can be in contact with the LHINs to recommend another location that isn't attached to a child care center. That's correct?
Sorry, who's that question directed towards?
Well, I just wanted to just have that just clarified, reframed. So we can, as a city and as a municipality, we can suggest to the LHINs an alternate location because of its close proximity to child care center and to the school. So we
So
can
do you have an alternate location that you'd like us to suggest?
Well, I think we have a number of recreation centers in the city, and I think we could, myself and Councillor Fertini, we can have a discussion about that and see which one works. Right now, Ellen Mitchell, Balmoral, they don't have childcare centers, so one of those could be a possible option. And I do see Commissioner Boyce saying that he would like to speak this, so I'd love to hear his input. Thanks.
Okay. Derek?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and to the Mayor and Councillor Williams. When the LHIN approaches the city, we go through an extensive process of evaluating potential sites for pop-up centers. There is a very big space required. So if you can recall, we did a pop-up at the Gore Meadows, the outdoor rink, and arena pads that are dry and that present have the space that are necessary to do that. At the Greenbrier location, staff were in contact with both the school and the YMCA, and they both signed off and were fine with it, as we've segregated the entrances and the exits, and there is no cross-contamination of people in terms of people dropping off their kids at the Y and picking up their at the YMCA Child Care Center and picking them up. There's no access to the building because the access is through the back end of Greenbrier through the arena pad. So we go through that process, and there's not a lot of locations that we do actually have in our inventory that can support sort of an indoor pop-up testing or assessment site. And so as such, Greenbrier was chosen after a lot of deliberation and dedication. Happy to, if you want to send me a quick note and you have some other locations, or speak to Alain Normand, but this site was chosen after some careful deliberation.
Well, that is great to hear, actually, and especially if the YMCA and the schools both signed off on it. And so I guess, you know, if there is that concern about the contamination, as long as we have things clearly marked to make sure people know where they're going and that all the safety measures are being put in place, this is good to hear. And I guess we can have a follow-up conversation in case there's any other questions. We can make sure we get those answered for the residents. So thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Patrick. Mayor Brown.
Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that information. I had a similar concern, but I can, and so oftentimes we don't know what the what work that staff put into making sure that in a situation like this, if there's any possibility of contamination, you know, we're not sure. So I'm glad that staff came forward to let us know that. My question around maybe to the mayor, when we had first started the testing centers, there was pop-up testing centers on days like Derek had mentioned, Gore Meadows. I think there was one at the soccer center. There was one at Jim Archdeacon. I'm seeing now that with our 3 centers currently, South Fletcher's, Peel Memorial, and what was the other one?
Greenbrier.
Greenbrier, thank you. There's not much support for testing in the north, and specifically the northeast end, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Singh's area, in the northwest end, mine and Councillor Willen's area. Is there a possibility, Mr. Mayor, if we maybe work with staff and try and get maybe some pop-up testing centers in the northwest end, maybe Cassie Campbell area, northeast end, maybe Gore Meadows, to be like a week on, week off? Is that possible? I see Derek has.
I think that question might be better to ask Dr. Lowe tomorrow at Regional Council. I know he's giving a presentation, but I believe they're looking at more permanent testing than pop-up. The pop-up was a temporary solution in the summer, and I know right now they're looking at rolling it out into pharmacies. So pharmacies in the northeast or in the northwest, hopefully very soon, will have testing capacity as well. That's what the province has alluded to, but I think Dr. Lowe would have more details on that than we have right now.
Okay, and just to that, Mr. Mayor, that's red flags for me if they're looking at pharmacies because of the interaction with public and the potential for do you see any problems with that?
So we don't have all we heard is the Premier said he's going to roll it out in pharmacies. They've amended some legislation allowing pharmacies to do this testing. They haven't released the details on how they're going to allow for physical distancing or create a separate a separation of space. I'm not sure if they're going to add a tent at the pharmacy, whether they're going to close off a section of the pharmacy to do the testing. Let's wait for the provincial plan and find out what it is. The Premier said details are coming very shortly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Derek, if you can, that comment you made in the chat, can you come on line and make it again, please?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and to Councillor Pelletier, yes, thank you. We are working with the Lynn through Alain Normand and with Rick Renard and his team and Recreation in terms of additional locations, and so one in the area. We have said to them if they want that location, it is, we can make it work on our end, but they're still evaluating on their end. So they will let us know whether, in terms of their capacity and if they need that location. To your comment about some of our other community centers, as our community centers, and it goes to the point that you just made about pharmacies, because Cassie Campbell and other centers are open right now, and we've got arenas going, we've got fitness by reservation, swimming by reservation, those will become difficult because they really do need large unencumbered areas, sort of like dry arena pads to make them work. So we work with them as much as possible, and so we're working with the LHIN to provide that as much as we can.
Okay, thank you, Derek. And then just on a go forward, if these numbers continue to creep up on us, and we potentially go towards another shutdown phase, can we just ensure that those rec centers like Cassie Campbell, Gore Meadows, Soccer Center, we've done all the work to ensure that if we do go into the shutdown stage, they can be kind of flip the switch to house a testing center?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Paleshi, yes, we will work with Chief Boys and BMO to update council and make centers available if we are in that position, and it's in accordance with what the healthcare professionals need and at a location that works.
Excellent, thank you. And just if there's an update, then that I'm just asking for that update when. I'm not even asking for an update, but if there is an update, it's just if we go back to that, if we go back to that closing down phase, that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Derek. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. I see no further questions for the COVID-19 updates. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Williams to receive this update. Any opposed? That carries. Next, we move on to public delegations. For today, we have a large number of delegations on the deck, so I will be asking delegations to keep to the 5-minute limit for delegations. So we'll move on to item 7.1, a delegation from Shoaib Ahmed, the CEO of Scooty Mobility Inc., regarding the e-scooter micropilot held at Chinguzi Park on August 28th to 30th and September 3rd to 7th. Welcome, Shoaib. You have 5 minutes for your delegation. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Mayor Brown and Councillor. Thank you for the opportunity for us to delegate. And thank you for trusting us in launching a micropilot in the city of Brampton. We're here to present public feedback and data for your review and decision-making process. Next slide, please. As indicated in your Brampton 2040 vision plan, we are excited and looking forward to finding ways in supporting the city in its transportation and connectivity vision and mission. Next slide, please. Here's a bit about the Chinguzi pilot that we executed in collaboration with the incredible staff at Parks and Recreation, Tourism and Events. The trail was about 3.2 kilometers in length. The average riding time was around 25 minutes. We had over 700 riders. We put up over 60 directional signs and COVID protocol signs in the park, which we will show you very quickly what those look like. We had about 1,000 face-to-face interactions with the public. And as part of the request from staff, we collected survey data from all the riders after they were done their ride, and we collected about 629 surveys. And we'll show you a little bit about our media coverage as well. Next slide, please. Here's some pictures of the pilot. What was amazing to see was the amount of the number of people that came out through hearing us about from our social media outreach and just pure marketing from our team, and also with support from the city of Brampton. The youngest rider was 16 years of age, and the oldest rider was 77. And you will see the oldest rider on the bottom right hand of this slide. The result, of course, was the rider experience was extremely and overwhelmingly positive. Next slide, please. Here's a sample of some of the signs we printed, councillors and staff. As you can see, we really did not leave any stone unturned. There was a lot of directional signage, but also as a new form of mobility is being considered by the city, it is important for people to know how to ride it and how to experience the ride. So we really went above and beyond in printing these signs and posting it all over the park. Next slide, please. And we cannot ignore the COVID protocols that we have to take. So we went very extensive and detailed on how we took COVID protocols into account. So we had all the signage, we had the markers on the ground, we had enough hand sanitizer to sanitize the park. In terms of our COVID protocol, we sanitize the scooters before and after. We sanitize the helmets before and after. All of our staff were wearing helmets and gloves. We, in fact, offered people masks and gloves as well if they for their own comfort. And so it's phenomenal. We also gave these safety pamphlets to every rider so that they can learn about how to ride this safely. And on the right, on the last one is your exit survey. So we asked riders when they were finished with their ride to scan this using their phones, of course, all touchless. And we asked them to complete this 1-minute survey, which was requested by the active transportation staff at the city. Next slide, please. And here's some of our media coverage from City News Toronto to Omni TV to Brampton Focus. The attention that the city of Brampton received was phenomenal. And you can see from the videos, and we've posted the links right underneath those videos, the kind of questions that were asked and the numbers of views and interactions that the public had to see this especially launch in Brampton. So congratulations to you. We made history together. Next slide, please. And here's some more data on our social media outreach. Yes, thank you, Vicente, Chair Vicente. Next slide, please. And here's the summary: 8 days, 2,000 kilometers, face-to-face interactions, and 600 surveys. Next slide, please. And here's the data: 83% of the riders felt very safe. 1% felt, somewhere in the middle. 629 responses. Next slide, please. In terms of where people would use these e-scooters, all the way from fun and recreation to visiting family, getting to public transit, and lastly, as you can see, all of the above. So a lot of people felt they could use e-scooters everywhere. Next slide, please. Again, allowing questions on what could the city do to make it easier for scooters. And here's some of the data here that you can see. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Shoaib. I think that I think members of the committee have the slide deck in hands, and I do have some questions, so there may be some.
Of course, fire away. My apologies.
No problem. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Shoaib, for coming today and giving the outline. The scooters, when I went to Chinguacousy Park, people seemed to be very excited to ride them. And so I'm actually impressed with how many riders you had. And so my first question is, the 700 riders, was that just over the first few days, or was that, how many days was that over?
Thank you, Councilor Williams, through the chair. It was approximately 8 days, and we had those 700 riders were averaged out on all the days.
Great, thanks. And what were the age ranges? I know you gave 16 to 77, but what were the most dominant age groups that tried the scooters?
25 to 38.
25 to 38. And most of them on the slide said that they would use it for all of those reasons above.
Correct, yeah.
Wow. And so when in the survey, were you able to collect any comments or any anecdotal feedback from the riders, or was it just,
yes. Yes, we were, through the chair. Yes, we were. It's on actually the previous slide. If we go back to the previous slide, you will see feedback from the public. There we go, testimonials. And as you can see, it was overwhelmingly positive.
Wow, great. And I see the word safe in there. And so the scooters that you are looking to bring, where would be the ideal place that you would like to take this next in Brampton?
We are requesting, through the chair, we're requesting permission to allow an extension on the micropilot so that we can gather additional data from the public. So what staff had suggested was we do a phase 2 of data collection, opportunity. And we would work with the active transportation team to figure out locations. It could be a continuum in the park. It could be another location that staff feel appropriate.
Okay, great. So I think it's been a great experience. The scooters are a lot of fun, and I think it puts a nice alternative to active transportation. And clearly, riders do seem to feel the same way. So I'd like to move receipt of the delegation, and also just to clarify, if staff are going to work with you for the next phase, or is that an ask that you're coming with?
Thank you, Councilor Williams, through the chair. It is an ask that we are requesting council to allow us to continue with the micropilot for the remainder of the year. We can figure out what dates and days that we can do this, and of course, this would be in collaboration with the active transportation staff that is working on delivering to council a report in October.
Okay, great. All right. So through the chair, I would like to move receipt of the delegation and request that staff continue to work with Scooty to complete the project to the end of the year for more data collection and such.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. And I saw you riding around on a Scooty board. Looked like it was a lot of fun.
You got to try them.
I have no further questions. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Williams to receive the delegation. Seeing none opposed, that carries. Thank you, Shoaib, and thanks for your work.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for supporting.
Thank you. Committee, next item is item 7.2, a delegation from Yvonne Robinson, the National Director of STEM Montessori Academy of Canada, regarding the acquisition of Central Public School for educational and economic development announcement. Welcome, Yvonne. You have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Delegation questions only below. Scooty.
Please make sure everyone who's on this mute your microphones. Thank you. Yvonne, the floor is yours.
Yvonne, you can proceed. Your microphone is active.
For the end, in the event that there would be some extra time to present for the 10 minutes?
Thank you for the question. We will be holding to the 5 minutes today, so try to make your presentation as brief and concise as you can. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Yep, thank you. So so just wanted to, before I go to the next slide, just thank everyone very much for joining. One of the things that we would like to do is definitely talk about the possible acquisition of Central Public School. Next slide, please. Our proposal talks about the acquisition of the city's asset, Central Public School at 24 Alexander Street. Our school has been operating there for 3 years. My presentation focuses on not only the programming, but our buy-in to economic development, in addition to Brampton's 2040 vision. Next slide, please. Our organization, the STEM Montessori Academy of Canada, which for the remainder of the presentation I will refer to as SMAC, is a federally registered not-for-profit educational institution. We're fully accredited by the Ministry of Education. We currently operate in 5 provinces. What we do provide is full-day private school in terms of STEM immersion learning. We also have a national STEM leadership program. Our whole point of our programming is to be able to bring social programs, economic development initiatives, jobs, core values, in addition to educational value through the STEM disciplines, science, technology, engineering, and math. One of the things that we want to ensure is that we are taking a look at the statistics right now, which are a little bit troubling, and talk about why STEM immersion is important. So as we move forward in the day of technology, more and more jobs require STEM literacy. This is where we come in. The statistics show that 2.4 million jobs will go unfilled. And also STEM-based careers are highly underrepresented by females and visible minorities. We took a look at this research and determined that a lot of this contributes to lack of opportunity, accessibility, and affordability, and definitely the stigma that is not for those particular demographics. So one of the things that we really wanted to do is start providing these types of programs. They're seldom affordable, accessible programs, and we want to be able to start bridging that deficit of those statistics, and this is the reason why we do have our program. Next slide, please. And taking a look at, again, Brampton's 2040 vision, one of the things that we found just in regards to the 5-1s approach, which is public engagement, collaboration, design, and technology, was that they can actually be broken down into common denominators of attraction, growth, and innovation. Next slide, please. So what we're doing is we're focusing on education and business attraction by raising awareness of Brampton's value proposition, which is completely key. One of the things that we are looking in response to this is providing a cross-function between business incubators and educational incubators within our schools and the community, in addition to our full-day STEM learning programs, which also see things like camps, after-school programs, and what have you. A lot of workshops as well to be able to cater to those who may not want to make the transition into our full-day learning program, but making sure that we do have adequate resources. Evidence shows that STEM mentorships inspire young people to better engage when they can definitely look and study and actually apply the practice and explore STEM careers. With that, what we want to do is we want to really take a look at education incubators. What we aim to do is partner with local businesses and new businesses by creating incubator programs within the business itself for a cross-functional approach to create and nurture STEM business mentorship with STEM learning. By merging STEM incubators and STEM hives through education incubators, we are able to reinforce the critical thinking, problem solving, and STEM learning foundations that they need to be able to start bridging these gaps. So what we want to do is make sure that this process really is effective to nurture young STEM learners. The next slide, please. Now, through the education incubators, one of the things that we want to make sure that we're doing is we're actually going into the public school sectors as well and creating these STEM hives by way of programs within the schools in addition to after-school programming as well, which is really important. Now, I do have a video, 40 seconds. Is there time to play that?
Yeah, please proceed.
Okay, please. So if you could just cue up the video. Now, aside from our STEM immersion programs, it is really important to understand what we're doing within the community, which speaks to these incubators that we are looking to go ahead and implement within the public sector. Okay. This video was from our annual STEM showcase that we partnered with the Ontario Science Centre. We were able to reach 4 regions, 14 schools, and over 500 children who did not have access to STEM-based opportunities to provide a 2-day STEM experience. The interest and results were astounding. So if you could please play the video.
Thanks.
There seems to be a glitch there. Sorry, my screen has frozen. I'm not sure if everyone else. Oh, there we go. Okay, well.
I saw it fine. Thank you, Yvonne.
Oh, you did? Okay, perfect. Okay, wonderful. So I just would quickly like to add that this video was made and produced by one of our STEM students. He is a young Black student, a visible minority, and he went on to get accepted into a regional arts program and has successfully started his own business in video production, animation, and design at 15. This is a true indicator and a testament to our program and the link between STEM learning in addition to those STEM incubators, in addition to both the business and the education incubator crossover. Next slide, please.
So I think that's all the time that we have today, but members of the committee do have your deck. And I do have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive your delegation and also refer this to staff. So I don't see any questions from committee. Do any members have any questions for clarification of the delegation? I see none. Just permission to speak very briefly. Thank you, Yvonne, for your presentation. I know that our economic development team was excited to see this coming forward. Both Councillor Santos and I have had the opportunity to visit a number of schools here in the city of Brampton and see some of the specialized programs that the educators there are offering to ignite students' minds to become aware of opportunities in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And basically is very much along our priorities and what we would like to see in the city of Brampton. So we thank you for your presentation, and so thank you for your time. Anyone opposed to receipts of this and referral to staff? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you, committee. Our next item is item 7.3, a delegation from Gideon Foreman, the climate change and transportation policy analyst, and Malkeet Sandhu, a community organizer for the David Suzuki Foundation, regarding community energy plan and greenhouse gas reduction targets. We also have item 7.4, staff presentation item 10.1.1, and staff report 10.2.1, along with correspondence 10.3.1, all related to Brampton's community energy and emissions reduction plan. We'll first ask for staff to deliver the presentation before we receive these delegations, and I'll ask committee to please hold all questions until after the presentation and the delegations. Our staff presentation will be led by Pam Cooper, Policy Planner for Environment, Public Works, and Engineering. Welcome, Pam.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that my audio is working.
Perfectly, thank you.
Thank you. So good morning, Chair, members of committee, staff, and others that are attending virtually today to support the SERP. I know we do have people from the Region of Peel, Sheridan, and other task force members that are listening in. My name is Pam Cooper, Environmental Planner, and I'll be presenting the Community Energy and Emissions Reduction Plan, which we refer to as the SERP. And the two co-chairs of the SERP task force will be joining me partway through the presentation, which I think really demonstrates the partnership that went into the process and the development of the SERP. Next slide, please.
Charlotte, if you can bring up the slides, all we see is the motions at the moment. Thank you.
Members of the committee, we're just having a technical challenge here with the refresh on the screen. Just give the clerk a minute or two to work through this.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps Pam, if you want to proceed, the members all have this as part of their agenda package, and then we'll resolve the technical issue and pull it up as quickly as possible.
Okay, so I'm starting on the slide now, which says SERP and starts with the words partnership. which is the second slide. So the path to Brampton SERP didn't start when we hired our consultant team. It actually started with our history of environmental initiatives, our environmental master plan, the Green Fleet, corporate energy and emissions reduction management plan, active transportation master plan, and others. The SERP is part of Brampton's connected and collective network of environmental plans, policies, strategies, and actions. The next slide. All of these plans, policies, and strategies work collectively to transform our city through analyzing what we have, envisioning what we want, and then implementing the changes required. Next slide, please. Council declaring a climate emergency really supported the work that the city has already been doing. We have a term of council priority, which directs Brampton to develop a community energy and emission reduction plan to improve energy efficiency, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, ensure energy security, create economic advantage, and increase resilience to climate change. SERP is our climate plan and is the climate emergency declaration. Next slide, please. Reducing climate change provides multiple benefits such as health and wellness, social equity, environment, and economic opportunities. The health benefits and quality of life enhancements for local residents include improved air quality, more lifestyle choices, and a reduction in health-related issues from climate change. Social benefits include increased employment opportunities, more accessible transportation options, and more comfortable homes and buildings. Environmental benefits include cleaner air and water, greener streets, lower greenhouse gas emissions, and a reduction in the severity of impacts from climate change. There are also economic benefits. Keeping energy dollars in the community by driving local energy investments, such as investing in manufacturing of energy technologies and retrofitting buildings. There's new jobs and skills needed to support implementation of the SERP, such as knowledge and skills in home retrofits. And more local jobs and new sources of income may be realized as industries establish themselves within Brampton. Expertise, materials, and technologies need to be sourced. As well, building a more efficient city will provide advantages that could motivate businesses to remain and relocate to Brampton. Next slide, please. The SERP was developed and envisioned right from the start as a community-owned plan. The task force consists of individuals from different stakeholder groups representing a wide range of sectors who have all come together to help create and champion the SERP. The task force was instrumental in developing the plan. They met monthly over a course of 8 months. They shaped the framework. They communicated back to their organizations and provided input from them. They provided input on the actions and endorsed the final SERP document. Next slide, please. The city secured funding from the Government of Ontario to support planning of the SERP. Both the City of Brampton and Sheridan College contributed funding, and both assigned staff to a project working team. Many city departments were involved, including planning, economic development, energy management, transportation planning, transit, and others. The project working team included consultants with international experience in energy planning and data, and that really helped us to look globally and apply it locally to Brampton. And Councillor Willens was our council sponsor, and he did act as our champion during the course of this project. Thank you for that. Next slide, please. The SERP had an engagement plan to facilitate learning, establish networks, and jointly participate in development and implementation of solutions, and to get buy-in from the public and stakeholders to act. The engagement included events such as consultations, stakeholder presentations, and all of the task force meetings were open to the public. The engagement plan is attached as Appendix 3 to the staff report for more information. Next slide, please. This local engagement matters because local planning matters. Climate change affects municipalities, and these impacts can come at a cost to municipalities, residents, and businesses. When you think about the cost, for example, of increased snowfall, municipalities have to pay for plowing the roads and storing that snow, residents may miss work, and businesses may have to close. Planning and designing compact, mixed-use, walkable, energy-efficient, and transit-friendly cities really helps reduce pressures by supporting economic development, quality of life, and social equity, while also addressing climate change. The municipalities can bring different agendas together. They can align master plans, apply for funding, and model local solutions that can be replicated and scaled up for a deep impact. This is our energy transition, but it's also an urban transition. Next slide, please. The SERP used an evidence science-based process, and the analytical report is attached to the staff report as Appendix 2. We collaborated with local organizations, utilities, and departments to get information on electricity, gas, and fuels. And we looked at heating, hot water, cooling, lighting, industry, and transportation. We started with our first question, where are we now? And we established a baseline for our energy use, costs, and emissions. Then we considered where should we be and developed evidence-based goals. Our next step was to think where would with no plan, and we have a base case with no local action at all. And then we thought, where could we be? And we completed energy efficiency simulations, which looked at global's best practice. Then how can we achieve those goals? So we recommended a preferred scenario to achieve our goals. And finally, how do we get there? And we identified evidence-based priority projects for the first 5 years. Next slide, please. When you look at Brampton's energy use in 2016, the base case, transportation is 35% of energy use and residential is 26%. This means that how we move around our city and the buildings that we live in is very important. When you look at energy costs, gas and diesel combined represent 55% of energy costs and electricity is 31%. When you look at emissions, in 2016, greenhouse gas emissions were 3.5 million tons, which is 5.6 for every residence, as compared to the Ontario per capita of 3.7. And when you look at that chart, transportation accounts for almost 60% of our emissions. So this really emphasizes the need to build compact communities that support transit, active transportation, and have energy efficient buildings. Next slide, please. So based on the analytical work completed, we developed a plan to move forward. In order to address the rising energy use and costs and emissions, we've developed the SERP, which has actions, priority projects to help us reach our goals and targets. I would now like to call on our co-chairs. Dave Kapil is a Brampton resident, business owner, and he will be presenting the vision. And Hassan Khan is also a Brampton resident and general manager of Johnson Controls Canada, and he'll be speaking to the principles and goals. Next slide, please.
So Dave and Hassan, you can unmute your microphone and please proceed, whoever's speaking first.
Good morning, Mayor Brown, members of council, staff, and members of the community. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. And Pam, thank you very much for letting me say a few words as well. Let me just briefly read our vision. Brampton Energy Future is clean, sustainable, resilient, and supports the Brampton 2040 vision. When I initially, I want to go back and say thanks to Councillor Doug Wellens. He was the person who contacted me initially and asked me to join the task force. And initially I said to myself, I said, what do I know about green stuff? And he says, no, I think you need to be there. Is going to help you. And after joining the task force at the first meeting itself, I was absolutely impressed, and I was so glad I was there. And I want to thank you, Doug, for giving me that opportunity on behalf of New Brampton and myself. When you look at the data, it's actually quite overwhelming. When you see, what I did was I combined the commercial, industrial, institutional emissions produced by our city are about 20%. Residences and homeowners are producing around 21%, a total of 41% from that sector. Now, the good thing is, with the help of you guys, our council, our staff, I think we can easily achieve a lot of the goals this task force has established, because private sector will get involved, and a private sector with education, private sector will want to improve the emissions. The other side of the coin is, which is 59%, that's a contribution coming from transportation. And that's what actually like for me, that was overwhelming. I said, oh my God, this is crazy. And the reality is, there is not hell of a lot the citizens of Brampton can do. This is a municipal, provincial, and federal government work. If this number is high, is because our governments have not taken necessary steps to achieve what they need to achieve. Brampton needs to, I believe, I think all of our councillors, when I speak to you, most of you are very keen on green Brampton. And when I look at Brampton, I think this is an amazing opportunity for Brampton to take the lead. This will improve our image to begin with. Just imagine, green city, Brampton being the green city of Canada or a leader of Canada. It'll be magnificent for our image to begin with. It attracts large employers. That will help our economic development. That helps, the economic development helps to reduce our revenue ratios. Like right now, as you know, it's 20-80. 20% from businesses and 80% from homeowners. And it can easily change that. If it attracts large employers, that can take us to where we need to be, which is 60-40. The right transportation system is a key to that. So ironically, who would have thought that the green Brampton is going to help reduce taxes for Bramptonians? Green Brampton will help make our life easier. Green Brampton will increase more employment for Brampton. So right transportation system will help improve industries and emission system. We need our transportation system to work around our schedule rather than around our transportation system, rather than us working around a transportation system. Just imagine, not me, you, take your bicycle to the main road from your home. There's a stand there for bicycle stand, and I park my bicycle. Within 5 to 7 minutes, I get my bus, which takes me to downtown GO station. And I can either go, if I need to go to Guelph or I need to go to Toronto, I can go either way very conveniently. Right now, what do I have to do? I have to drive my car all the way to Toronto if I'm going, block the highways, have major traffic, and the amount of emission I'm producing, it bothers.
Mr. Kapil, if I could ask you to wrap up in about 30 seconds.
Sure. The 6 important points quickly. Two-way GO, connection to airport, east-west LRT, north-south LRT, connection to the entire city connectivity and bike lanes. Those are the important questions. Less burden on the medical systems as a result of this, because we are leading healthy lives. So less burden on the hospitals. It'll attract more large corporations to Brampton and reduce taxes for us. And the best part is we're leaving a better green for our future generations who we really care about. They're close to our hearts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kapil. Ms. Cooper, do we have any other speakers?
Hassan Khan was going to speak to the next slide, please.
Okay, Mr. Khan.
So of all these principles and goals that you see here on the screen, really, I think the obvious ones have been captured in terms of the bold action that Council took last year, recognizing the climate emergency that our globe is under. I think I wanted to call the attention to the economic piece of this out of what you see on the screen. And that is that, with the other emergency we've all been facing and talking about, and I understand Council talked about today, which will pertain to the economic future of Brampton and really creating a stimulation going forward. And this plan has a relevancy to that as well. And I think that's the point I wanted to emphasize out of everything you see here, is that not only is what you're going to be, what staff is going to continue to go through with all their hard work is not only relevant to the climate and the sustainability of the earth, but also the prosperity of Brampton going forward. Over to you, Pam.
Thank you, Hassan. Next slide, please. There are 7 strategic directions with associated objectives and targets in the SERP. I'm going to just very quickly go through these in the interest of time. Green communities, addressing the form of our community, which influences how energy is used. Transportation efficiency is important because it accounts for 60% of our emissions. Home and building efficiency, supply of energy generation close to where it's used, Includes power generation such as rooftop solar, energy storage batteries, and district energy. Industrial efficiency. So the industry sector only contributes 13% of emissions. That's because of global best practices and the industry need to reduce their bottom line. So there's an opportunity for local industry to actually share their expertise with the city and for us to work with them when they're exploring efficiencies on their properties. Green infrastructure, that's a network of natural features delivering services through wetlands, green roofs, bioswales, and rain gardens. And also communication, engagement, and monitoring. We need to communicate these priority projects, engage our partners, and monitor to ensure effectiveness and impact. Next slide, please. Each of the directions has objectives, what we hope to achieve, and targets, which are indicators to monitor success. A full description of all these objectives and targets is provided in the SERP. I just wanted to highlight attaining near net zero greenhouse gas emissions for new communities in Heritage Heights, and new buildings in town centers and major urban growth centers. Also retrofitting 80% of our homes to achieve 35% efficiency gain, and reducing trip lengths, increasing active transportation, and increasing trips using both Brampton and GO Transit. Next slide, please. As industry is regulated by global best practice and corporate-wide emission standards, our target is just to achieve 20% industrial sector efficiency. Another target is to increase solar energy and serve 80% of new growth areas and 70% of existing high growth areas with district energy. And finally, green infrastructure, work towards planting 1 million trees, increasing our restoration and enhancement management, and determining a dollar value for the city's natural assets. Next slide, please. So our priority projects are identified as critical projects that need to be started within the next 5 years to put Brampton on the path to achieving energy and emission targets. And these projects will help us to prioritize our investments and efforts. Project 1, we want to align city policies with the SERP so that we're all working together towards a common goal. Project 2, retrofits to Brampton homes. A lot of Brampton's housing stock is older, so reducing energy in homes through retrofits is important. And it also supports our economic principle by creating jobs and saving residents money. Project 3, updating the transportation master plan. And that's very important as transportation makes the largest contribution to energy use and emissions. Project 4, district energy systems. A significant portion of energy use is for heating and cooling our homes and buildings. And some of this is lost through waste heat. District energy is very efficient and flexible and can be used in appropriate locations in the city. Project 5, energy master plans, improving energy efficiency of the built form and identifying options for integrating local supply distribution at a community scale. And finally, establishing a community organization. There are some objectives and actions that are outside the control and influence of the municipality. This can be accelerated through a community organization, which will be explained in further detail in the Community Center for Energy Transformation presentation, which is also on the agenda today. Next slide, please. Beyond the priority projects, we have a 5-year action plan, which has actions with a lead, partners, and a timeline. And that'll be revised and updated regularly. We've already started on many of these actions. For example, the official plan review. We're working with RioCan on an integrated energy plan for the Shoppers World redevelopment site, the installation of EV charging stations and working towards an electric bus fleet, implementing the 1 Million Trees program, and staff are currently working on a home retrofit feasibility study. Next slide, please. So when you look at the emissions target, the orange arrow shows our actions leading us towards meeting our greenhouse gas emission target reduction of 50% by 2040. You can see the dashed line at the top of the graph. That's what represents where we would be if we did nothing. So we are following a pathway to meet the federal target of 80% by 2050. And regular SERP updates will allow us to capture advances in technology and best practices so we can help to accelerate the transition. Next slide, please. Based on the analytical findings, Brampton spent $1.8 billion on energy. 80% of those energy dollars left the community. Energy costs are estimated to increase based on higher prices and population employment growth. The energy cost projections were run for different scenarios by our consultant, and the task force approved the scenario 3, which would avoid approximately $26 billion in energy costs by 2040. Next slide, please. So moving forward, we'll use our municipal resources and a green team to implement actions and our priority projects, continue to work with other policy updates such as the Transportation Master Plan and OP Review, district energy in appropriate locations, work on this home retrofit business case, and monitor and report back. Next slide, please. As Brampton achieves the economic, emissions, and energy saving goals of the CERP, we're moving towards a more sustainable future for our city. Brampton already has a lot to be proud of. Council declared a climate emergency and emission reduction targets. The city signed the declaration to join the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. Brampton Eco Park strategy and 1 Million Trees programs were approved, and the city's planning and transitioning towards an electric bus fleet. Next slide, please. So by adopting the CERP, Brampton will be joining the ranks of the global community of cities, taking a leadership role in the fight against climate change. And we can set an example as to what a successful, growing suburban city looks like for others to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. So now, before I go to questions from committee, we'll hear both delegations, 7.3 and 7.4. Welcome, Gideon and Malkeets. You have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair and Mr. Mayor and members of council and staff. Much appreciate the opportunity to speak today. We'll keep our remarks brief because I know you have a long day ahead of you. My name is indeed Gideon Foreman. I'm a climate change policy analyst at the David Suzuki Foundation. First of all, we'd like to thank you for creating the Community Energy and Emissions Reduction Plan and for including greenhouse gas reduction targets. We understand that Brampton is considering an ambitious goal of 30% reduction by 2030. And given that yours is a suburban community that relies heavily on gas-burning automobiles, this target would be a great first step. We're glad that this target would be more ambitious and therefore better than Mississauga's target. This means you'd be doing even more than your neighbors to protect residents' health and safety. You'd be making an even bigger contribution to clean air and a sustainable world for our kids. This kind of friendly rivalry, Mr. Chair, in which cities compete to be the most environmentally advanced is what the world really needs now. So thank you, if you'll forgive my expression, for kicking Mississauga's butt when it comes to climate change mitigation. Indeed, your leadership, Mr. Chair, would set an example not just for Southern Ontario, but for suburban communities throughout Canada. You demonstrate that even if they're car dependent now, they can still set ambitious targets, bring their residents on side, and significantly reduce carbon pollution in short order. But as strong as your targets would be, and as much as we applaud them, we believe you need to go further. As you know, the world's best climate scientists say we must cut carbon emissions deeply and rapidly. In fact, the evidence shows, Mr. Chair, that we need to cut them roughly in half by 2030, just 10 years from now. We hope you'll review your targets in the next year or two and take your leadership to an even higher level. We hope you'll embrace the goal by 2030 of a 45% emissions cut in line with the best science. We also urge you, Mr. Chair, to put in place right now strong policies that will allow you to reach these targets. In particular, we'd ask you to focus on transportation. And as staff exactly rightly mentioned, this is the source of almost 60% of Brampton's GHG emissions. It's absolutely essential that you give residents more alternatives to the gas-burning automobile. What does this mean? Well, for example, expanding the work you've already done, which we much appreciate, building your electric bus infrastructure. It would mean expanding your bike lane network so even more residents can leave the car at home and safely cycle to work or to school. It would mean, Mr. Chair, incentivizing walking by reducing speed limits so people feel safer, by widening your sidewalks and installing pedestrian priority zones, which I'll add many cities around the world are doing to incentivize walking. And it also means, frankly, Mr. Chair, not embarking on road widening schemes that would only invite more cars and generate more traffic congestion in Brampton. We know you are already doing some of this work, and we do appreciate it. But some of the transportation targets, frankly, Mr. Chair, that are set out in the SERP are simply too modest. For example, your 2041 mode share for walking and cycling is only 7%. Surely over the next 20 years, we can incentivize more than 7% of Bramptonians to walk or cycle to work. And remember that active transportation infrastructure is very cost effective. For example, Toronto recently built a bike lane right along Danforth Avenue for just a few $1 million. It now moves over 4,000 people a day. What other infrastructure moves so many folks for so little money? We don't need to remind you how important this issue is. In June last year, you wisely voted to declare a climate emergency, and we very much thank you for that. But now we urge you to set the most ambitious targets possible to tackle this crisis. Doing so would create jobs, it would help to bust traffic congestion, and it would make Brampton a healthier and safer community. I'll leave my remarks there, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Gideon. Do we have any comments or statements from Mr. Sandhu?
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, sorry, Ms. Sandhu. Yes.
That's okay. I hope there's a bit of time. I hope I'm not going to take too much more. So I just wanted to add a couple of points. So you already know my name. I'm also a community organizer at the David Suzuki Foundation, but I'm also a resident of Brampton. And Gideon's spoken to some really great points. I wanted to take on a little bit of a different issue today. So we've learned a lot from the COVID-19 pandemic, and specifically we've learned that women, low-income communities, and racialized communities are the most vulnerable in our society. And thank you, Mayor Brown, for touching on that in your op-ed. And what I want to talk about today is that the climate crisis is no different in this regard. So if you look at research about the climate crisis, it shows that our communities in Brampton, specifically women, low-income communities, and racialized communities, again, are going to be the most heavily impacted by the climate crisis as well. And so while many cities in Canada have started to take climate action, very few of them have applied an equity lens to understand the existing disparities and to ensure that whatever climate policies are implemented, that they also address inequities instead of worsening them. And so I implore council to not make the same mistakes that some other cities in Canada have, and rather to be a leader on this front. And so I'm imploring and encouraging council to consider putting together a committee that's focused specifically on equity and sustainability. And this committee should hopefully consist of members of the Brampton community with lived experiences of marginalization and organizations who support them. And so this committee would help inform Brampton's climate action work long-term, ensuring that Brampton's climate policies address instead of worsen inequities. We have a very rare opportunity in this moment to plan a recovery that will make Brampton even better than normal, and I hope council will take advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mel Keats. Next, we'll hear from Delegation 7.4, Divya Arora, the co-founder and board member of the Political Advocacy Lead, Lajanthan Prabhaharan, the board member and regional relations specialist for the Community Climate Council regarding our community energy and emissions reductions plan. Welcome, Divya and Lajanthan.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mayor Brown and members of council. So my name is Divya. I am the co-founder and political advocacy strategy lead of the Community Climate Council. Next slide, please. So the Community Climate Council is a youth-founded, intergenerational focused environmental NGO that is working to empower communities to take climate action in Peel Region. The main pillars supporting our work are promoting civic action and enhancing climate literacy through education and municipal relations through political advocacy. I am joined by Lajanthan, who serves as a fellow board member and regional relations specialist at our organization. The two of us are speaking before you today as concerned residents of Peel Region. We are concerned not only about Peel Region and City of Brampton, but also the general direction that our current climate emissions and impacts are heading towards. Next slide, please.
And as concerned Peel residents, we have very good reasons for why we should be excited about the Community Energy and Emissions Reductions Plan. And that's exactly why we're here. We'd like to voice our support for the plan and talk a little bit about why the plan should be adopted by the City of Brampton. The SERP would provide many benefits to the city. There are some obvious environmental benefits, which we are sorely in need of. Being more efficient with our energy is going to create less greenhouse gas emissions and help Brampton do its part in limiting the global temperature increase. It's of course also going to help the city move towards the Brampton 2040 vision of being a green, healthy, safe, and well-run city. But there's some more specific benefits that I'm personally looking forward to. I'm looking forward to some of the health and social benefits it has to offer. I'm looking forward to having more active modes of transportation. I'm 25 now. I moved to Brampton when I was 12. It wasn't until I was 21 and had my own car that I felt able to freely navigate my way around the city. And that's a shame. It's just unfortunate that as things are now, the city promotes vehicle ownership rather than public and active transportation. Especially so when we realize that transportation is responsible for nearly 60% of all greenhouse gas emissions in Brampton. To that end, I'm also looking forward to having more efficient and less wasteful public transportation. As a young person, I'm also excited about the prospect of more affordable living and having more housing options to choose from. And of course, increased employment opportunities and green jobs would be amazing to have for so many people in my age range that are struggling to find jobs and fruitful careers in this economy. This is a big reason for why so many people my age have been leaving Brampton. The sheer lack of green employment opportunities in the city make it difficult to inhabit. If the city can create more jobs and get more people to stay, then there's naturally going to be an economic boom. It can stop this phenomenon of human capital flight, or brain drain as it is colloquially known, which occurs when educated individuals from the city leave for better opportunities.
We are already in part noticing the effects of local climate change, and these effects will only be exaggerated in the future, hence why a plan like SERP, which aims to minimize such effects, is especially important for being proactive now. If the approach towards climate change is continued business as usual, there will be long-term socioeconomic issues and costs to the city, as mentioned by Pam during the staff presentation, such as increased storage and removal efforts due to more snow. Other costs could include flooding and water quality maintenance, food security, and increased healthcare costs, for example, due to heat waves. Whereas SERP provides a return on investments in the long term due to investing in green jobs and industries. Socioeconomic costs of the business as usual approach are likely to happen, and without proper regulation will be harder to predict and manage, hence why we support SERP and the accompanying Center for Community Energy Transformation. Next slide, please.
We would also like to voice our support for the proposed Center for Community Energy Transformation. We're very excited about some of the programs that would take place under this community organization, including the Home Retrofit Program and the implementation of district energy systems, both of which would help the city's residents be more efficient with their energy. Additionally, we're happy to see that this organization will be community-centric. It will consist of professionals and community members from the Peel region in order to get local opinions and expertise. Center for Community Energy Transformation has the full support of the Community Climate Council. We are willing and able to assist this potential organization in its plan to address climate change within the Peel region. And I suspect that we are not the only ENGO that feels this way. This concludes our presentation. Once again, my name is Lanthan, and I'm joined today by my colleague Divya. On behalf of the Community Climate Council, we'd like to thank you, Chair Vicente, Mayor Brown, and councillors for your time and attention this morning.
Thank you very much, everyone. And members of the committee, do you have any questions or comments regarding the staff report, the delegation's correspondence? I have a list. Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much. And through you, Chair, I wanted to say thank you to Councillor Willens, who has really taken a huge lead in making sure that this comes through, not just in this term of council, but also the council prior, but also to the numerous committees, the Brampton Environmental Advisory Committee, the BCAC, the various stakeholders all throughout the city of Brampton, David Suzuki Foundation for continuing to put pressure. I think that especially our staff, a huge shout out. You guys have done a tremendous job as the climate advocate, as an active transportation advocate, as a person who really believes that Brampton has an opportunity to transform ourselves into a leader on climate change. I'm incredibly proud. I have a couple of questions with respect to the various reports and the data. Number one, Gideon, you brought a good point that the lion's share of greenhouse gas emissions in Brampton is related to transportation, and that's approximately 60% related to greenhouse gas emissions. This council, this mayor, and this council and our team have been going above and beyond in terms of trying to implement as much active transportation opportunities throughout the city, to a point where we have put pauses on resurfacing and reconstruction of roads to ensure that we have active transportation included in it. So that's above and beyond the active transportation master plan. So you're right, there is still room for us to surpass the targets on active transportation. The other piece is a shout out to transit, where we are aggressively pushing for electrification of our buses, and also leading the path with federal support on that file. And one final point to Mr. Kapil, who brought up active transportation as well. Thank you very much. We also had eScooty this morning presenting on other modes of micro mobility with Kevin Montgomery the week before, talking about micro mobility. So there is a lot of opportunity to stretch that target in 2030 even further. I know that Councillor Willens is bringing forward a motion to pass the recommendations, receive the report, and him and I have been in conversation about putting forward a friendly amendment to make sure that our stretch goal interim target for 2030 is indeed 30%, which we are proudly know is above Mississauga's. I also want to point out, which is very important for councillors and staff and stakeholders and the residents to know, that our base year for our targets is 2016. And some of the base years of other municipalities in terms of reaching their targets are in the 1990s. Why is that important? It's important because the 1990s base year includes coal power. And guess what's happened to coal power? Coal power is no longer there. And so our targets are, in fact, because the base year is 2016, are in fact far more aggressive than some of the other municipalities out there. And so I don't want to talk any further other than to say I'm super proud of this plan. I'm super proud of Councillor Willens taking the lead and all of the community stakeholders who've been pushing on this agenda. This has been a collaborative effort. Congratulations. I hope my council colleagues support the motion coming forward as well as the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santos, and I know you're excited because you're waving your hands. It's a sure sign. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I definitely am full-fledged support of the plan. Something I've been bringing up in meetings that I didn't see addressed directly, so maybe I'm just missing it, but I always bring this up, but you know, when we got to integrate climate change strategies into our core business, and one of our core businesses that I feel like I didn't see attention to is the construction of roads. And whether that comes through using recycled materials, permeable parking lots, whatever it may be. So maybe I missed it, so I just wanted staff to respond and, and address that.
Councillor Singh, maybe I'll jump in. It's Jane Holmes, Public Works. I know that our staff are always looking for ways to include recyclable materials into our, certainly our materials that we use for our roads. One of the things that we do have to be concerned about is to make sure that, the longevity of those materials, that the purity of those materials and the way that they get delivered to site does make sense for us, and that we are getting value for our money. We do get approached quite often by different companies who are looking at different ways of producing asphalt and materials, including recyclable materials into our work. So we continue to look at those. We just want to make sure that as we go through our review of those, that they do make sense from a value for money point of view and a longevity point of view. And in addition, we do have staff that sit on various committees in the organization and in the industry to make sure we're keeping on top of what other municipalities are doing and what the lessons learned are there in terms of what works for them and any pilot projects that are on the go.
Okay. So yeah, I'd just like to make sure that's integrated into any, when it comes to reduction targets or just climate change strategies, that we do look at our core businesses and make sure that whatever, we're supposed to be executing, whether it's road construction or community centers, that we're integrating sort of climate change strategies into those for sure. And another example that always comes up is salt, when we salt during the winter as well. If we're not getting our, the things we do day to day and weaving in sustainability there, then, these other things are great, but that's where it should start, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Chair, thank you for the delegates coming forward. Thank you to staff, especially to Pam Cooper and Michael Hoy, who worked tirelessly on this the last year and a half, couple of years. They did an excellent job getting this presentation put together. In terms of the SERP plan itself, it does state in there about the economic advantages. I was fortunate enough to attend some of the workshops that we have with Nordic City Solutions and RioCan, and they're talking. These are European, part of the European Union. They're talking about coming to Canada. As I think I mentioned before, they don't want to deal with the US for obvious reasons. They want to come to Canada. They want to make Canada a beachfront for their industries to come over here. So in terms of district energy, they've spoken to us in Sheridan College about if we have a supply of pipe needed for district energy, they'll set up manufacturing. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we had companies coming from Denmark, coming from Sweden, coming from places like Netherlands and Belgium and Germany to come set up shop right here in Brampton. They're impressed with Brampton, especially with the logistics and everything being so close to the airport. So there's a lot of economic impact that can come out of this SERP plan. In terms of the Center for Community Energy Transformation, I think that getting that forward is very, very important, because that will speak to a lot of the concerns that were addressed by our delegates today in terms of the involvement from the residents and involvement from the community as well. So we have had conversations as well, speaking to a point that Councillor Singh brought up in terms of public works. I've talked to various suppliers of different permeable pavers, different pavement solutions for when we build a subdivision where the driveways are permeable. Actually, they're permeable, and it allows the rainwater, the stormwater to drain into the soil down below and not go to our storm. So these are things we're looking at. Obviously, we've got a lot of steps to take, but my more comments, I want to thank the task force for their probably 3 or 4 years of diligently working at this, meeting monthly, and we pretty much had a full meeting. Every meeting, there was very few members were missing at meetings. And you can see by the report that was put forward by Pam and her staff, the people that we did have involved with Enbridge, Electra, Brampton Brick, who's been in Brampton for a long, long time. I think they've been here for probably 100 years. But they've been around for a long time. We got a lot of stakeholders at the table from the private sector and as well from the public sector, likes of David Lang, and who we all know is very, very strong advocate for community energy and for energy transformation in Brampton. So thank you once again, everybody, for all your hard work, and thank you, Councillor Santos, for your kind words. And I don't know, Peter, will we be bringing the staff report forward to vote on it now while the delegates are here? Just
through you, Mr. Chair, my advice would be to receive the delegations 7.3 and 7.4, and then that motion can be presented to receive the report and the operative paragraphs to action this.
So members of committee will have first approval and receipts of delegation 7.3 moved by Councillor Santos. Any opposed? That carries. And then we have our delegation from the political advocacy group and board members for the Community Climate Council. Item 7.4 moved by Councillor Willens. Any opposed? That carries. And next we have the motion, which will be moved by Councillor Willens and seconded by Councillor Santos, together with Councillor Santos's amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we need to have the resolutions read out or just displayed on screen?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's entirely up to committee. This resolution, this motion does incorporate the staff recommendations in the report 10.1.2 or 10.2.1, I believe it is, as well as Councillor Willen's motion and Councillor Santos's suggested wording as well.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And essentially, this motion will approve Brampton's Community Energy and Emission Reduction Plan. It will commit staff resources and capital funding towards the immediate development and implementation of a community energy and reductions plan. And it sets targets, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 30% from 2016 levels, greenhouse gas emission reductions of 50% from 2016 levels by 2040, and establishes a pathway to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 80% by 2050. Very ambitious and very notable indeed. Do we have any questions from members of committee?
Recorded vote, please.
Seeing none and a recorded vote has been asked for, Mr. Clerk, please run the vote.
All members, please indicate in favor or not. Councillor Dillon?
In favor.
Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Williams?
Absolutely, yes.
Councillor Medeiros? Councillor Medeiros? Mr. Chair, Councillor Medeiros was in the meeting, but I don't see him present at the moment. Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Councillor Santos?
Yes, yes, yes.
Mayor Brown?
Yes.
And Chair Vicente?
Just one vote, yes.
Mr. Chair, that motion carries unanimously 10-0 with one absence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk, and congratulations to members of committee. Next, we move on to delegation 7.5, a delegation from Azela and Inoka Uantene, residents of Brampton, regarding garbage bin storage on residential property. Welcome, Azela and Inoka. You have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Mr. Chair, the delegate is present in the chambers, so there is a presentation, and we will activate the mic, and the delegate will present from chambers. So,
very good.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for letting me have this opportunity. This is my very first public delegation. Garbage bins, you can see, is the side entrance of my house, and those bins are placed from the other side of the house, next door neighbor. When we bought this house and moved into this house in 2009, we are the original owner of the 12 Hawkridge Field, which I'm referring my home. That time, we never had these garbage bins. Bins came very recently, a few years ago. And that time, we had only the bags, the garbage bags. Now, after these bins came, Brampton City never had still doesn't have a bylaw that the bins cannot store beside the homes. Now, this particular bins you can see is blocking my legal side entrance. When I applied to make my basement legal, soon after Brampton City made it a provision to make it legal in 2005, April, I submitted my application in 2005, August, and it took me 868 days of work, and I spent nearly $100,000 to make this basement legal in 3 different times. I have a bunch of papers from the day I started this project. In order to facilitate people who are unable to buy a home, to give them an opportunity to move into a legal basement so that they can stay peacefully in a healthier environment for a better and affordable price. And since this basement made, now what happened, the Brampton officials, when they visited, they said, this is the legal entrance, but I have only less than 2 feet to walk in this one because this next door neighbor is, I don't know, they don't listen to us or whatever it is. They said that's their property and they have the right to store their garbage bins. Now, since we don't have a bylaw not to store these garbage bins on the side, it brings a lot of trouble during, especially the COVID time. The night time, the raccoons are coming. They open the garbage bins. All the garbage is all over, and it stinks. And the summer hot days, the maggots and the flies, and they're all coming into my home also because you can see. Can you go to the another slide, please? So that's my basement entrance, directly front of the garbage bins where you saw before. And this is the fire entrance and exit also for an emergency. And next slide, please. Another one. You can see that they place some 3 feet taller metal fences. They are expecting to put up a fence on the property line. When they put that fence on the property line all the way, because that next door neighbor told me, he assured that he is going to bring that all the way from the back to the front main road. That will substantially reduce the movement of any person. And that is also, this is also, you can see, is the exit and the entrance, legal entrance and the exit. And I'm a very tiny man. Even for me, I had to squeeze to go through in between the wall and the garbage bins. And yesterday, last evening, they brought a contractor and they placed the bins at the entrance, and where the gutter pipe is coming down and the spout is coming out for about 6 to 8 inches. And this will reduce the space to sneak. We have to sneak through and go this way. If the city, at the beginning, if the city official said that you cannot use this entrance for the side entrance as for the neighbor, I wouldn't have spent this much of money to make it legal, because the money I have spent is useless. And I have become a victim because the city said, okay, use this as a side entrance, use this side entrance as a legal entrance for the basement apartment. And we proceeded to make this one, and we brought all the ceilings and, you know, whatever we had to go through, we have done that one, and we have invested tremendous amount of money, too much money we spent on that one. The previous tenant, they lived only few weeks because these people kept their bins open and facing our entrance, and it was stink and all that. And that one lady who stayed there reported to me that this is very difficult to leave, and they are no more here. Now again, I have a tenant now who, okay, I'm done.
So if you could just please wrap up.
Okay,
Yes.
so Mr. Chair, my request is any neighbor, they have a big backyard, they can store their bins very comfortably behind their homes, and also not to put any fences along the property line. That will reduce the entrance and exit for the people, emergency people and everybody. For the safety and the health and a better neighborhood, I believe that we should make a bylaw not to store any garbage bins on the side of any houses.
Thank you very much to both delegates. Do any members of committee have any questions of the delegation or of staff? I see none. So may I have a motion to move receipts of the delegation with a referral to staff for consideration and a report back to a future committee council meeting. Moved by Councillor Frattini. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Next, we have item 7.6, a delegation from Sylvia Roberts, Brampton residents, regarding the COVID-19 emergency. Welcome, Sylvia. You have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Sylvia, you can proceed, please. And we'll pull up your presentation momentarily. So Sylvia, your microphone is on.
Okay, yeah.
There, we can hear you now.
Go ahead.
I can't see my slides yet. There we go. Okay, thank you. So as we all know, COVID has been very difficult on restaurants. Next slide. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce estimates that by the end of November, up to 60% of restaurants will be out of business. And through the winter, it's expected to be even worse. Next slide. So the patios that the city has allowed restaurants to do has been very helpful. However, winter is coming. While cities like Edmonton have done a good job at getting people out and about in winter, it's taken them a number of years to be able to do that. We don't have time. Restaurants don't have time. If you've seen the case counts, they're going up relatively quickly. I'm not sure how much longer restaurants will be able to do indoor dining, which leaves delivery and takeout. Next slide. So for businesses, currently they don't really, very few of them I've seen have abilities to have spots for delivery and pickup. It turns out that this is actually from city bylaws, the sign bylaw. This sign is 12 inches by 12 inches, so it's about 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters. So this is relatively small. This is not even a tenth of a square meter in size. Next slide. This is the sign bylaw. As you can see, with having a limit of 1 and a maximum sign area of 15 square meters, it's aimed at significantly large, very large signs. I think we can all agree it's entirely reasonable for a city to regulate a sign that is 10, 15 feet tall and 10 feet wide. But what we're talking about is a sign that's a foot by a foot, but the sign bylaw has no real provisions for that. It still falls under the limit of 1 sign. Well, you can amend it, and that's true, but that will still take 4 to 6 months and cost $2,000 to put in a fairly simple sign that you can buy for $20 and mount it the same way as you would for an accessible parking sign. I think we can all agree that regulating something that is 1/10 of a meter and using the exact same rules as 10 meters, so 100 times difference in size, is not reasonable. Next slide. So this is an example. This is the College Plaza right next to Sheridan, and it's had chronic issues. So what you'll notice is there's drive-throughs. This bylaw actually makes exemptions for drive-throughs, so they can have multiple signs in order to direct the flow for the drive-throughs. And those are allowed under separate provisions, so they don't count underground sites. But you can also see that in the longer building, there's multiple restaurants in there, and they don't get any such help. With the lack of outdoor dining at this place, and with indoor dining probably becoming infeasible soon, they need something to facilitate that. Next slide. So this is a zoomed in approach. As you can, because currently it requires a full site survey. For the patios, the city has allowed dramatically simplified version, so a site sketch, which is much more reasonable. So example, a business owner, it would be reasonable for a business owner to be able to use satellite footage such as Google Earth and then provide measurements and photos to be able to show exactly where they want the spots. Next slide. So what I'm requesting the City Council to do is refer this item to staff with them specifically looking at exempting small signs with the definition of small to be determined by them, to allow things like 15-minute parking signs in a manner consistent with accessible parking signs, allow something cheaper than a full property survey, just as the city has done for the patios. Other changes that may need to be appropriate because it's extensive by law, and then reduce the sign permit fee, because even if you were allowed to have, even if the number wasn't capped, the permit fee is actually based on a minimum sign area of 7 meters. I think you can agree that if someone wants to put 0.3 meters of sign, it's not entirely reasonable for the minimum price to be based on 7 meters of sign, more than 20 times as much as they're looking for. Thank you. That concludes my delegation.
Thank you, Sylvia, for your delegation. I have no questions from members of committee. May I have a mover for receipts and referral to staff?
Sure.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councillor Bowman to move receipt of delegation and refer this item to staff for consideration. Any against? That carries. Next is item 7.7, a delegation from Terry O'Leary, the Executive Vice President, Business Strategy, and Daniel Engeveld, the Senior Director of Investment Attraction, and Stephen Lund, the new Chief Executive Officer of Toronto Global, regarding the Toronto Global updates. Welcome, Terry, Daniel, and Stephen. You have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Terry and Daniel, you are in the session now to start your delegation. I did not see Stephen Lund in today's session, so I'm not sure if he's joining or not. I don't know if you have any information.
We're just going to grab him right now. Thank you so much.
Okay, Terry and Daniel, do you want to start us off?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, the floor is yours. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be in front of council. As you'll know, Toronto Global represents all of the municipalities in the Toronto region, the 3 cities of Brampton, Mississauga, and Toronto, and the regions of Halton and York and Durham. And our new president and CEO, Stephen Lund, is here right now, and I'm just going to turn the chair over to Stephen so he could talk about Toronto Global and introduce himself.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is my first official meeting, and I'm excited to be here with the Brampton team. I just wanted to say hello. Day one, I've been in this business for 20 years. Loved every minute of it. I think there's some, obviously some challenges we're going to face, but I also think there's some great opportunities ahead of us. And there looks like there's a great team here. We've got a great board. I'm looking forward to meeting everyone at some point in person and seeing how we can work together. So that's my spiel. I'll turn it over to Terry and Dan, and we can go from there. Thanks.
Sorry, I just think that now I'd really love to be able to open the floor to any questions that people might have. I think you've seen all of the material that we presented before council and our annual report. We've been in business obviously for 3 years. It took a while to get the Toronto Global up and running, but we're really, really excited about the opportunities for the region writ large. We're very excited about the change in circumstances that the pandemic is going to allow us to actually concentrate more on the suburban areas. We've already been doing that throughout our pipeline. So we're quite excited about the mission ahead, and I just want to open it to any questions that anybody might have.
Thanks, Terry. And we will bring forward the staff reports and offer members of the committee an opportunity to ask questions. First up, I have Councillor Bowman.
Oh, I think maybe Councillor Santos had a question before me.
We can clarify that. Councillor Santos, did you want to go first? No questions. So Councillor Bowman, the floor is yours.
Okay. I read the report, and I know the numbers don't look good from an economic development standpoint. I think the last 2 times that Toronto Global has come before council, there was very specific things that we wanted to see from Toronto Global in terms of jobs, in terms of leads, qualified leads, in terms of the number of businesses. And I believe The only one that we've seen come through is the expansion of Etel Pasta, which was already here in Brampton to begin with. So I know that we're in a 3-year contract, but I just want to make it very clear from my point of view, and I'm not speaking on behalf of any of the councillors or anybody who's on economic development. I'm a little disappointed, even with COVID, that the numbers for Toronto and Mississauga are so much higher than the numbers for Brampton. So I'm just wondering what is planned in the future to ensure that Brampton is getting its share of jobs and new businesses coming in.
So I think it's important to remember that and I know that you know this, but whether an investment is in Mississauga or Brampton or Toronto, the entire region benefits. One of the things that we did in the report, in our annual report this year, was show from Statistics Canada the input-output modeling that shows what the benefit is that we are bringing from every single investment into that. We understand, of course, every single municipality would like more investments in their region, and we're scaling up on our investment attraction team to be able to do that. We had a phenomenal virtual tour with your team in Brampton recently. We were really excited about the assets there. We are bringing more clients in, but this is a client-facing business, and you can bring a lot of companies and clients there. They ultimately make the decision. Our job is to be able to put forward the assets from the entire region in front of them. I think that we're doing that to the best of our abilities, and I'm very excited about the road ahead. But I'd also ask, Stephen has had this experience in the past too, about the whole nature of what this business. He's got 20 years on me, so I'll ask you to talk a little bit about that.
No, appreciate the question. It is a great question. Again, I'm new here, but in 20 years in the business, companies decide for various reasons why they want to go into a certain area. I think it's up to us to make sure that we know exactly what the assets are in the region, that we work with your team and partners to make sure that we put the best case forward. But a company in any area benefits the region, as Terry said, but I understand your question, and it's up to me and my team to make sure that we put the best case forward and we try and get as much activity and business going in your region. And that's our commitment, just to try and work as hard as we can. It is a difficult time with COVID, and I'm not sure what the future will bring, but I do think there will continue to be opportunities. And our commitment is to continue to do our best to help the entire region. But I understand your specific question, and we'll do our best. Thanks.
Okay, and just so it's understood, I mean, you've probably been listening to our whole council meeting so far, and the importance to this city is to get employment within the city, to reduce the transportation, to allow people to work within the city that they live in. That's really important to Brampton, and I know that this is regional, but if you ask Mayor Tory or Mayor Crombie or Mayor Brown where they want to see the businesses, I'm certain they'll say in their city. So I'm just looking forward to a little bit. We're spending almost 200 grand. I'm looking forward to a little bit more investment in my city, in Brampton. Thanks.
For sure. The only thing I want to make sure everybody understands, your 200 grand though also leverages $4.5 million from the federal government and the province. And that's where, Toronto as a region has been behind, for instance, Quebec in terms of being able to leverage provincial and federal money. So one of the things that I just really think is important for everybody to understand, that it's not just the provincial or the municipal contribution, that we're also able to leverage substantial investments from the other levels of government in order to bring forward a much broader regional proposition.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bowman, any other questions?
No, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next I have Councillor Willens.
Yes, thank you through the chair, and thank you, Toronto Global, for coming. I think this is the third or fourth time we've seen some new faces here from Toronto Global, and I do have a concern that Councillor Bowman brought up, and I think it more speaks to what we're talking about, what we're trying to do here in Brampton. And right now we have, I think it's over 60% of the people leave Brampton to go work elsewhere. So if my numbers are correct, that's probably about 1,100 people that are going to those jobs, and could be 1,100 people that are going to those jobs in Mississauga, which now makes them rely on their car to get there, depending on where they are in Mississauga. So that is a big concern, I think, for us. I know we do leverage the money from the feds and other levels of government with our investment, and really our investment isn't a lot of money, but I would like to see those numbers as well grow. I mean, one business expansion, 30 numbers of jobs, if you look compared to Toronto, and that was always the biggest problem in past. And we made that clear last term of council to Toronto Global, and they were very receptive of it. They were trying to change things because I think back before I even got on council, and Councillor Bowman could probably attest to this as well, the organization wasn't called Toronto Global at the time, but it was basically the same idea. They were taking money from the municipalities, but all the jobs were ending up in Toronto. They weren't ending up in Mississauga, and they weren't ending out in Brampton. So it's nice to see that at least they're working now with the 6 or 7 municipalities to work outside of just the Toronto area. But we would, I'm not against what you're trying to do. I just would love to see more numbers in Brampton. That's all. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Santos.
I didn't Councillor Bowman and Willens have made my point. We just passed SERP, and I'm sure you were listening in on that delegation. We are trying our best to reduce commute times. And so for me, the response of this benefits the entire region. From the Brampton's perspective, from my perspective, again, Brampton is disproportionately benefiting in a negative way. And so I was hoping to see a little bit more work done to bring jobs to the city of Brampton.
Do you have any comment, Terry?
No, other than the fact that we are committed to being able to do that. I would like to ask my colleague Dan Hingeveld, who heads up our investment attraction team. We have 14 people on the sales side, and I'd like him to talk about some of the strategic tactics that we're employing, actually working with your economic development team in Brampton to get more jobs.
Thank you, Terry, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the questions. As Terry mentioned, I do head up our investment attraction team. Those are our sales teams that go out and actually market the Toronto region. In terms of tactics and what we're doing for Brampton to attract jobs and investment there, we have a number of initiatives. Much of this will be communicated through our business plan that covers the second half of the year that is upcoming. This is one of the things that we will be pushing forward, and it takes a very proactive approach, not only addressing each individual municipality we represent, but also addressing the challenges that COVID-19 has presented and how we're going to continue to use FDI, foreign direct investment, as a tool to build jobs and investment. For Brampton specifically, and for our other municipal partners, what we're doing is taking a very targeted approach to marketing the assets that you have in your backyard. That's the innovation district, that's the cybersecure catalyst, and we're actually going out and chasing down those companies. And just to give you an example of the work that we're doing, for cybersecurity companies that would want to locate close to the cybersecure catalyst to participate.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Terry. It looks like something's been muted on your end. So Dan's not coming through at the moment.
Yep, Dan, you went completely silent.
It's a huge opportunity, and we want to make sure that is incredibly showcased incredibly well in a nuanced fashion, so that people don't just think tech, but they think cybersecurity, innovation, space, and robotics when they think about Brampton. So these are the
Chair, we missed everything Terry just said because he went blank for a second. Could he repeat himself? I think it was important.
Yes, my apologies. Where did you hear up until I can restart anywhere?
You cut out about a minute and a half ago.
Goodness. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, just summarize some of the work that you're doing.
Very quickly, I will. Yes. So we're doing a very targeted approach regarding the assets that are found in Brampton. I'm talking about the cybersecure catalyst. I'm talking about the innovation district. I'm talking about highlighting companies like MDA, who are doing the work in space right now and working with the federal government. So, again, very, very briefly, very targeted approach, using those assets to reach out to the top international companies, casting a very wide net. We're talking over 300, 400 companies in those areas to draw them in, to locate specifically in Brampton.
Okay. Any other questions, Councillor? No? Okay, so next I'll go, I see Mayor Brown on the board, but I'll just quickly go first to Councillor Pelletier. Councillor Pelletier.
No, I'll yield to Mayor Brown, and then I was going to take myself off if after the mayor, but I'd like to hear what the mayor has to say.
Please proceed. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Terry mentioned the municipal contribution is amplified by the provincial and federal contributions, and so this is part of regional economic development. And you know, some of the suburban mayors had conversations in the last 2 years about a greater emphasis on jobs in the 905, and I think we're seeing this emphasis and this partnership starting to be more fruitful. We've noticed that we're getting a lot more. We're talking a lot more with Toronto Global since we raised some of those concerns. I think there's even a rebranding exercise that's in the midst with Toronto Global. So, you know, I think it would be foolish not to be part of regional economic development that is supported by the Government of Canada and the Province of Ontario. But, you know, we'll continue to push to make sure that there is a concerted effort to make sure that that we amplify our strengths. And I know Claire is working closely with the folks at Toronto Global, and look forward to her staff report on this partnership and recommendations. But I think overall, may not be perfect, but overall, it's important for our city to be part of regional economic development. The largest city will always get more attention, but I think there are opportunities for Brampton here, particularly given what we're doing right now in startups and cybersecurity.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Pelletier, do you still wish to speak?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through the chair. And I was going to, some of the comments that Mayor Brown had made, I fully support, especially around the importance of a regional approach. You know, and I do recognize the passion of my colleagues who really are looking for those metrics and pushing those numbers, ultimately those jobs right here in Brampton. But we do know, you know, there's not one sort of policy intervention or one action that results in investment attraction or job creation. It's not a magic bullet. Every jurisdiction would be doing the same, and we know it's competitive, and there is some benefit, and maybe someone from Toronto Global can speak to sort of those spin-off benefits that, you know, a business that opens up in Mississauga or a business that opens up in Toronto, there's that sort of intellectual sharing in terms of a big IT company that goes into maybe Toronto, but there is that sort of spillover that comes into Brampton, and a lot of this connectivity does get developed. So maybe you can, you know, and I think sometimes we don't give merit and attention to, you know, the fact that Mississauga is successful. There is some spin-off benefits to us, and I do agree with the mayor when he talks about those interventions. And part of my second question, I guess, to Toronto Global was, how are we working with city staff to identify areas where we maybe weren't successful or where we can improve? So maybe you can speak to us about that dialogue and the work that goes into trying to improve and sort of take advantage of other opportunities, and where we can sort of position ourselves to also be open to those opportunities.
Thank you. It's an excellent question, actually. One of the first things that we did in the early days of Toronto Global is we produced a report that actually talked about what are the spin-off benefits. And we took examples of a number of companies within the region and showcased what those benefits are. And Councillor, to your point, the workforce is the number one thing. Even when we went through the Amazon bid and we profiled assets right across the region and potential sites for Amazon right across the region, the thing that was woven through that proposal was the talent that is in this region. And that is unprecedented for any other city region, quite frankly, across Canada, and also right now in North America. As you well know, Toronto is the fastest growing, Toronto region is the fastest growing urban region in North America. And we're doubling down on being able to sell that to potential investors, but mostly because of the talent. And that talent is spread across all of the universities and colleges that are accessed by employers throughout the entire region. One of the things that we've been really successful at is pairing companies with post-secondary education institutions and colleges to be able to make sure that they've got a future-proof talent pipeline. The other thing that we've done, and we did this in our annual report the previous year and the one that's online right now, is success stories. And we're profiling companies that are successful, and we actually profile them in terms of what the spin-offs are. So it's not just that you landed a company in Halton, but look at what the benefit was to the commuters and to the post-secondary education institutions and the incubators around there. So I take your point. It's very, very important that we just don't ever just so place an investment and just say, well, they just landed here. There are lots of other reasons that go into why they've made that decision. You know, the last thing that I would say as well is, I think it's important for all of us, and I know you know this well, but in these unprecedented times, we are looking at now 30 to 40% declines in FDI. It's never happened in the last 50 years of economic development. So the most important thing that we can do is to safeguard every single investment we already made. 70% of businesses and new businesses are expansions of local businesses already established because they know the landscape and they feel comfortable.
All right, you've been muted again. Not sure if you can hear us.
Sorry about that. My apologies.
Good. Okay. Continue. Please continue. We can hear you.
Sorry, I think I'm done now.
Okay. Very good.
I guess
We're very excited to work with your new team, by the way. You guys have put so much time and effort, both as a council and as an economic development team, in the Innovation District and in all of the things you've been beefing up. Mayor Brown's been a great supporter of the regional economic development strategy. The Board of Trade just released a report yesterday that we co-chaired with them, talking about how we're going to be shaping our region going forward and how imperative it is for us to double down on the growth that we had before the pandemic. So I think it's a very exciting opportunity for everybody, and I just wanted to thank you as well, just to your staff and your council, for supporting Toronto Global.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros, any further questions?
No, that's fine. I'll just take it off. I just think the last comment I would say is that, you know, certainly when we don't get opportunities in FDI, I think, again, it does give us an opportunity to look internally on our approach and what we need to do to become successful. But there are also, when some of these businesses that come, they might fulfill, you know, supply chain needs of a company here in Brampton, or there might be, so it isn't, you know, the metrics tell a story, but it's not the complete story. But it's great to see that partnership, and I know with our economic development team, that partnership will flourish even as years go by with all the exciting things that are happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Final question from Councillor Santos, and I'd also like to make a comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just very quickly to Toronto Global, would you be okay? Can we invite you for a formal discussion on the participation for the second year of the association, just to make sure that Toronto Global is effectively working for the City of Brampton?
Of course, love to.
Okay, so I'd like to put that on there, and I'm still quite weary about moving forward, but I would welcome a conversation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Santos. And just as Vice Chair of Economic Development, I just want to, first of all, thank Toronto Global for the work that you have been doing to promote the City of Brampton. I know that the economic development team here in this city speaks highly of the work that you're doing, in the sense that you have brought us a number of leads that our team is following up on a regular basis. And, you know, when it comes to economic development, it's really important to have all hands on deck, and more hands make light work. And I think with all of the work that we have been doing here in the City of Brampton, particularly over the past 2 years, whether it's making investments in innovation or making investments in post-secondary education. We've invited the RIC Centers now in the city of Brampton. We have Brampton U work ongoing. We have Ryerson Cybersecurity Catalyst. We have work being done on the Beehive to attract foreign investment here in the city of Brampton. I think now would not be a good time, I think, for us to indicate that we're somehow shrinking the work that we're doing. And so I realize that it's been a tough sell, and we're overshadowed, you might say, by the city of Toronto. But I think that Toronto Global has been hearing loud and clear, and it speaks to its new leadership that we're looking for a better representation. We're looking for the city of Brampton to be front and center in all of the work that you do to promote our city. The city of Brampton has undertaken an economic recovery plan to deal with the effects due to COVID. And once again, those initiatives, we don't want to hamper those by giving a signal here today that we are somehow pulling back in any way, shape, or form in terms of our economic development efforts. We need your support, and we need you to understand just how important it is to us that we need to see results here, and we want to see the city of Brampton well represented across the region, and we want to bring jobs here. It's very critical for us. So I will move motion of receipt of the delegation and move the report. Seeing no further questions, we have a motion to move this delegation and to the report from staff. Any opposed? I have two oppositions from Councillor Singh and Councillor Santos. That carries. Thank you. Next, we have item 7.8, delegation from Pam Banks of the RIC Center. Oh, and thank you very much to Toronto Global. Thanks for your delegation.
Thank you for your time. Really appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have delegation from Pam Banks of the RIC Center and Shazeb Ridzvi, Tossdown, and Sean Larkin, North American Dealer Parts Exchange, Inc., regarding the RIC Center growth and relocation into Brampton's Innovation District. Welcome, Pam. You have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So Pam, I brought you into the session, but your microphone does not look to be active at the moment. So you may want to check your audio settings. And Sean, you are in the session, so your microphone should be active. Just unmute your microphone, please, Sean. Your microphone is now unmuted. We just can't hear you at the moment. So, Mr. Chair, we're just waiting for their microphones to be activated.
I believe we're just waiting on Pam to get started here.
Mr. Chair, so I do see that Pam's messaged me that maybe she can call in. So Pam, if you are hearing this, you can, in the invitation that was sent, the email, there is a call-in number at the bottom near the WebEx link. You could try that. I'll look for you to call in. Otherwise, Sean, you can proceed. Unless you wish to stand this item down, and I'll leave that to the discretion of the chair and move on to the next delegation and then come back.
I think I can start if you can hear me well.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Sean Larkin. I'm the founder and CEO of North American Dealer Parts Exchange. I'm a resident or tenant here at 6 George Street next to City Hall here in Brampton. We help, I'm a tech company, a new startup tech company. We're a few years old. And we help new car dealerships. We help their parts department get rid of their idle and obsolete parts inventory. It represents about 30% of the total inventory. between Canada and the US, the 23,000 dealers that exist. It's a $2.1 billion problem that is effectively unsolved. So these parts are parts that are brand new that the dealer can't return to the manufacturer due to restrictive return policies. So I moved here actually from Edmonton mid-January, and specifically in Edmonton, I spent 3/4 of my professional career there, 15 out of the 20 years. So we made a home there, but specifically we moved to the GTA looking for an incubator. And of course, Kitchener-Waterloo is known as Silicon Valley, so we kind of started there and worked our way to figure out where the best incubators could help us. So we spent 2 months going through all the incubators, and today I'm a tenant here at RIC for a reason, and they really supported us along this journey, including through COVID. So I'll give you a bit of insight into the work that they've helped us achieve, but our dealers include over 60 Chrysler Canada dealers from Ontario to BC, including publicly traded dealer groups like Auto Canada, privately held large auto group, Go Auto out of Edmonton, Ontario Chrysler, a privately held company, Aaron Dodge, as some of them I'm sure you know, and then those in Vancouver, Coquitlam Chrysler. So with the RIC Center, just in the 6 months that we've been here, they've helped us everything from import and export consulting help to with their partners, U.S. corporate and sales taxation, intellectual property laws, help setting up trade names, business trade names, sales and marketing to a great depth. I'll spare you. And recently, for the last week and a half, we've got an intern, a copywriting intern from the UOT Mississauga. So we also have unlimited access to one-on-one with entrepreneurs and residents who are guys who have started startups themselves and either are still running or exited. And also RIC has helped us during COVID, which was especially important on, well, what do we do? Of course, job one was how do we survive? And then, of course, the topics include everything what to do with your sales and marketing, cash preservation, expense reduction, and so forth. So I'm very appreciative of your support of the RIC Center, and thank you.
Thank you. I believe, Pam, you're on the line.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to provide you with a great update on the RIC Center. Are you able to hear me okay?
Perfectly well, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're excited to share with you our update. We've successfully relocated the RIC Center to downtown Brampton in our Innovation District. Special thanks to all the folks at Economic Development who assisted us with getting all the pieces in place to move into our new location at 6 George Street. We're happy to say that we're right next door to the Rogers Cyber Secure Catalyst, and of course, right next door to City Hall, as well as the Brampton Entrepreneur Center. Next slide, please. You can see that we've fully renovated our space, which is in Suite 300 in the 6 George Street South. We've got 5 offices for both our incubating tenants. We also have space for up to 12 clients in our co-working space, as well as 2 meeting rooms. Next slide. We've changed our operations to move everything online over the last few months. A couple of the new programs that we've introduced that have been open to all of our clients for free, as well as any Brampton businesses through partnership with our Brampton Entrepreneur Center. One was our E2E COVID Survival Toolkit, which was really focusing on working with companies to try to determine what their next steps were from a business perspective. They shared both technical, practical business tips as well as inspiration from the front lines. So those were sessions that were done in partnership with some of our other sister RIC organizations across the province. Overall, we had probably 500 clients and customers and entrepreneurs log in to share, information such as bootstrapping. Next slide. One of the things that came out of that survival toolkit was the introduction and launch of a brand new program called MVP to Market. And this was really focused, again, on going and taking a deeper dive with those clients that had to restructure or pivot due to COVID, and with a focus on really go-to-market and commercialization strategies, with a focus on getting to revenue faster. So we anticipated we'd have somewhere around 20 clients or companies that would register for this free program, and we actually had close to 50 people that were part of the program. Next slide, please. You can see that we delivered this program in partnership with some of our great partners here in Brampton, including the Brampton Entrepreneur Center as well as Ryerson. And these are just a couple of the testimonials from companies that were part of the program. Based on this feedback, we've determined that we're going to make this a regular programming offering of the RIC Center, and again, focused on those companies trying to determine and finalize their path to market. Next slide. Two of the new initiatives that we're just in the process of working on now. We are a community collaborator. It's part of the Digital Main Street Initiative. And under that Digital Main Street Initiative, there's 3 different opportunities. One that we're working on right now is one with the Brampton BIA. So there is a community collaboration project, which is really focused on connecting companies with technical innovations to companies in Main Street to help them particularly recover from COVID. So one of our companies does have a solution to help support digital Main Street in BIAs. And we've had a number of discussions now with Susie from the Brampton BIA and how we can actually take one of these companies into a pilot project. Next slide. Could we go to the next slide, please? So the company is actually called SafeCheck, and this is a company that actually took a portion of their existing business and pivoted it according to or to respond to COVID. And the piece that we've piloted with them is actually a contact screening and log. So this is a technical app that Rick has deployed currently in our office here in Brampton. And what it does is it provides a contactless way to ask screening questions for anybody that comes into our space, and also creates a virtual contact tracing log. So this SafeCheck tool is part of a broader suite of offerings that we're working with SafeCheck as well as the Brampton BIA to pilot to Main Street. And this pilot will likely be done through the Digital Main Street Community Collaboration. Next slide, please. So you've already heard from Sean, and Sean is one of our incubating tenants that moved in with us August 31st. We're happy to say we're office to office here in our new space. Our other tenant that also has moved in with us is Tossdown. Shazab, unfortunately, is not able to join us right now. He's busy doing business. He's been called out to a client call. If we can progress to the next slide, I do have a couple pieces that I wanted to share on his behalf. Perhaps his slides were part of a revision that wasn't shared with council right now. But I can tell you, Tossdown is a company that actually has a software platform to enable food manufacturers to connect more directly with customers. So they have an e-commerce system for direct consumer delivery from the food manufacturers, as well as they have tools to help automate sales force tracking and ordering with B2B retail stores. So Shazab, they have 5 members. Two of them are regularly here in the office. They do have other members that work and support the app outside of Ontario. One of the things that they're working on right now that they're hoping to launch to businesses right here in Brampton is a package that's particularly focused on small businesses. So Tossdown is working on a program to actually help provide them with online ordering so that their stores will be commission-free and hassle-free, and that they'll be able to very quickly generate revenue through their websites and the apps. So Tossdown is working on a special project or a special offering that will be available to Brampton businesses that will help them build all their components. We'll be reaching out to our colleagues at Economic Development soon to work with them to determine how we can best share this great program opportunity with companies here in Brampton. And that's the end of my presentation.
Mr. Chair, your microphone's muted.
I wasn't on. So now I am on, I believe. So we have no questions from members of the committee. So thank you, Pam and Sean, for your delegation. We have a motion moved by Councillor Medeiros to receive the delegation. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you very much, Rec Center.
Thank you.
Next, we have item 7.9, a delegation from Joe Spina, the Director for PVLCC 893, and Rick Wasselman, President of PVLC 839, and the Chairman of Villages of Rosedale, Inc. regarding tax fairness for the Villages of Rosedale residents. We also have staff report 9.2.4, which we will bring forward and consider together with the delegation. Welcome, Joe and Rick. You have 5 minutes.
So, Mr. Chair, Rick is in the session
Good morning.
right now. Joe, through you, Mr. Chair, Joe Spina, I've unmuted your microphone, but I can't pull you into the session for some reason, but you can please go ahead.
I'm on, Joe Spina, but that Rick Wasselman should also be on.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I'm here, Joe. I'm just doing a sound check. Can everybody hear me?
We hear you both. Please go
Excellent.
ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairman Vincente, Mayor Brown, councillors and staff, and if I may, the hundreds of residents that I know have logged in to view the live stream of this session. So as mentioned, my name is Rick Wasselman. I'm the chairman of the Villages of Rosedale and also a president of one of the condos here in the community. My partner in the pursuit of tax fairness is Joe Spina. He's on the board of one of the condos here as well. This morning I'll be taking the first chart of the presentation, and Joe will close on the second chart. Next slide, please. So thank you. So we thank Council for the continued opportunity to dialogue on the issue of tax fairness and the impact on planned seniors communities such as the Villages of Rosedale. We also thank the city staff for the thoroughness that was put into the research and writing of the two staff reports. It's been 2.5 years since we had our first delegation to Council, and frankly, it's good to see Martin Finnegan is once again the author of the most current staff report. Must be karma that Martin's involved, given his previous roles at MPAC and his expertise in stick handling through the cumbersome property tax policy in Ontario. We're also thankful to Martin and David Sutton for taking the time for personal meetings with the Villages of Rosedale to fully understand our position. I'll close my portion with the appreciation to Council and staff for acknowledging issues and working to find a fair solution to them. Next slide, and over to you, Joe.
Thanks, Rick. We wanted to share with Council that we accept the conclusions that have been arrived at in the current staff report. And as noted in the staff report, Council has the authority to provide a grant to the villages under section 107 point bracket 1 of the Act. So we're asking that council pass a motion, well, committee at first, of course, to adopt the conclusions outlined in that report. $177,000 annual grant to offset operational costs, the $200,000 annual grant for snow removal financial assistance, and that it is reviewed periodically to account for increased costs, new units in the community, as well as changes in the city's snow removal financial assistance program. We, as the villages, and Rick as the chair, will work with city staff to offload the administrative process from the individual snow removal financial applications that the city is getting at this point, but we will look after it for the entire community. So council can be assured that the grants will be redistributed in a fair and equitable manner by reducing the maintenance fees for all VOR residents. Thank you for this opportunity, councillors. I just had one last addendum. It occurred to me in your last presentation that I was the parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Economic Development, and in 1996, I provided the funding and the opening for Brampton's first business entrepreneurial center. I had to squeeze that in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you to the residents of the Village of Rosedale for being here today. I see no questions from members of committee here. And so therefore we have the staff report item 9.2.4 to bring forward. Do any members have questions? Yes, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you for the delegation. I will move the delegation, if that's okay, as well, for receipt. And I'd like to add an amendment specifically also regarding the noise wall. That's been an issue for some time, and I was under the assumption a report is coming back, and there is a general noise wall report, which I know our acting Commissioner of Public Works is working hard on. But just this report, if anything, highlighted sort of the unique circumstance of the villages of Rosedale. And I think we need a specific report back on the noise wall for this community. So I would like to see that done. And the acting commissioner is also kind of aware I was looking to do that as well. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente, and I'm glad Councillor Singh raised about the noise wall. You know, I know this isn't a difficult topic, but you know they do provide the residents a lot of services, and it's not an expense to the city. And so I know it's complicated from a jurisdictional standpoint, but you know I'm looking forward to how we can show some support for them, and looking forward to the motion that Councillor Singh puts forward.
Thank you, Mayor Brandon. I know there may be other potential places in the city where noise walls may be requested by residents. So seeing, no, oh, I see Councillor Bowman. Councillor Bowman, you're up.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that I'm totally understanding this. This is a condo corporation, the Villages of Rosedale, and we're about to agree to give them $375,000. Is that basically what I'm seeing? The staff?
Can we have staff provide clarification?
Through the chair, it's the acting treasurer. The report is an information report. We are not recommending to provide any funding to the Villages of Rosedale. We just, for council's information, wanted to provide a context of the value of, I think, what the argument is.
Okay, because when I read the report, it seems to me that the report recommends that all city council does at this point is we lobby the other level of government to provide support. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Councillor Fortini?
Yes, thank you through the chair. Looking at this noise wall that Councillor Kara Singh said, is that facing the highway there, the 410? Is that the one we're talking about?
No, that one's been, there's a nice one there, and but this is the one facing Sandalwood. It's been an issue for some time. And the reason I'm sort of connecting it with this is normally, you know, there's the city pays half and residents pay half through property tax. But given the unique circumstance, you know, I'm looking for some leniency from council when the report comes back. And that's why I think it's good that we got this report back at the same time.
Yeah, and I'm okay with the report. Just don't want to open a can of worms for every complex or condominium coming over to get noise.
No, if it was up to me, all of Sandalwood would get replaced, I'll be honest, you know, because of lane expansion there. But recognizing the uniqueness of the Villages of Rosedale, I think it's fair that we ask for a report back specific to that.
Yeah, very good. Thank you so much. Yeah, I agree.
That's a separate issue.
To the delegations, we are now dealing with questions from members of committee, specifically to the report. I see no further questions from members of committee. So members of committee, you have a motion before you that that the staff report be received and that staff be requested to provide subsequent reports specific to a potential noise wall in relation to the Villages of Rosedale. Are there any opposed? That carries. Thank you, Villages of Rosedale, and thanks for your delegation. Thank you. Next.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. Okay. Next, we will move on to item 7.10, which is a delegation from Sylvia Roberts, Brampton resident, regarding an update on transit services, and this relates to staff report 11.2.3, which we will now bring forward and consider after the delegation. Welcome, Sylvia.
Hello, can you hear me?
You have 5 minutes.
All right, so I was appointed to the Transit Committee last year. Since then, during the pandemic, because we haven't been able to meet, I've been making sure to go to bus terminals, bus stops throughout the city, talking to riders, operators, security guards, and this report is based on data from a month ago. The report is already out of date. At Gateway Terminal, for example, there's already 4 routes that are experiencing severe capacity issues. And so we're probably going to need the hours that you passed in the 2020 budget this year. Next slide. All right, so this is data from the city's, this is the city's own data. If you check the agenda, the sources are provided there. Since 2009, the ridership is more than 2.5 times what it was 10 years ago, and the amount of service hours has not even quite doubled. Some of that's been through articulated buses and through more efficient use of transit, but a huge issue has been massive increase in amount of overcrowding. Next slide. See, between 2016 and 2018, the amount of ridership shot up, but the amount of service hours has not kept up. So I sent you an email the other day that contains more information on how bad the overcrowding has gotten and potential complications for the city. Next slide. This is the city compared to other agencies. As you can see, the increase has been absolutely huge compared to comparable municipalities. Because it's grown faster than population, even if the population didn't grow, the ridership increase would still have been bigger than all of those municipalities. Next slide. So, as Mayor Brown mentioned earlier today, Brampton has lots of essential businesses. This is also city data. What you'll notice is Amazon, Maple Lodge, and Give and Go are all essential services. Brampton Transit is essential to keep essential services running. Next slide. This is from the city's 5-year plan. Transit plans tend to go out of date relatively quickly. The 2018 to 2022 plan was out of date in less than a year because ridership drastically grew faster. For 2020, it's projected that we should have 2 revenue hours per capita, but we're going to be below that target even if you don't defer the hours, and the population is 50,000 higher than where we thought we'd be. So if you continue to provide those hours, when you adjust for the 2 hours per capita, we would still need 100,000 additional hours on top of the hours approved in 2020 to actually get back on pace. Next slide. So the Brampton Board of Trade has recently conducted a survey in June this year. Surprisingly, despite being in the middle of the pandemic was not the #1 concern. It was transportation. And while the businesses surveyed agreed it's easy to get to Brampton, they all also agreed it's very difficult to get around in Brampton. And when you look at the solutions they provided, it's transit. They want more transit. Next slide. When you look at this, you'll also see that one of the biggest issues they had is finding new talent. What does that have to do with transit? Next slide. The #1 recommendation was transit. That better transportation. And when asked better transportation, it's transit is what they want. Brampton Transit is good for business. Improving Brampton Transit service is also good for business. Next slide. That is the breakdown. What you can see is Brampton Transit is a separate item from the GO train and the LRT when you adjust it for the don't know, not sure. Next slide. You'll see that bus service, GO train, and the LRT make up 60% of the responses, and widening roads and highways is less than 25% of the response. So you can see even the business establishment is really getting on board with what we need is transit, not wider roads. Next slide. This is when they were actually surveyed how the municipality is going on, what they wanted from the municipality. You'll notice improving transportation infrastructure is vastly higher than municipal property tax increases. I'm almost done. Next slide.
I'm Sylvia. Yep.
So next is the 2017 variance and 2018 variances. Between the two, Brampton Transit provided over $10 million in surplus to the city that was not returned to Brampton Transit. This expansion is $1.5 million. My request is that council amends the report, defers the airport expansion to next year, but proceeds with the 2020 service hour increase.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. May I have someone move receipts of the delegation? Moved by Councillor Medeiros. Any opposed? That carries. And now we'll bring forward report 11.2.3. Do I have any questions with regards to report? Councillor Santos.
Yes, as Chair of Community Services, would just ask General Manager Milojevic to just provide an overview of the report. I'm happy to move receipt and recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fortini.
I'm sorry. No, I'm fine. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of the committee, do we have any further questions on the report? Seeing none.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I thought Councillor Santos had asked for an overview. Did
Yeah,
I not?
Apologies.
I know that General Manager Milojevic wanted to just give a brief overview on some of these reports on these files. So just a quick one, Alex, if you're around.
Very good.
Absolutely, and through you, Chair Vicente. The report that we've tabled today outlines our deferral of services that were approved for the 2020 budget. The delegation, Sylvia, I know that we're having our committee meeting again in November, our transit committee meeting. The actual service that we implemented in September have addressed the capacity issues that I believe the delegate has mentioned, and we do have further services that are coming back into November. We are very closely aligning ourselves with the capacity and our demands that we have for services. Currently, right now, we are at about a 50% ridership level, and we do work with the employers within our community to make sure that we're meeting the demand and the requirements that to keep the people moving in working in these areas. So the deferral of services, even when we look at the Zoom service to the airport that was approved in a 2020 budget process, the airport, the whole GTAA that we're working with as well, has a very significant lowering in terms of their demand. So we're just making sure that we align our services to be fiscally responsible as well, and to ensure that we find a proper balance. So we feel strongly we are meeting demand. And to note the delegates' comments, we are going to be looking at other demanding areas, if there's any capacity issues, to address them in November as well. And that's the deferral that's being recommended in the report for you today. That includes, the fare changes as well. Thank you, Chair Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Milojevic. I just wanted to say that. I see no further questions from members of committee. All in favor, any opposed? That carries. Thank you. And now we move on to Section 8, Economic Development and Culture section. We have no staff presentations or reports. Item 7.7 has already been addressed. There's no new business or correspondence. Any questions from members of committee? Seeing none, do we have any questions from members of the public via the clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, we do not.
Okay, so now I will pass the chair over to Councillor Singh to chair the corporate services section of the committee agenda. Councillor Singh.
I'm gonna canvass members if they would like. Yes, I see some members. Are we okay with the 20-minute break? Okay, so we will return back at 1:25. Thank you.
I believe all members are back. I save and accept for Councillor Dillon and Councillor Medeiros. And Councillor Medeiros is coming back in, and Councillor Dillon is back in. So we have all
Perfect.
members present.
So I can begin?
Yes, you can, please.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the corporate services section, 9.2.1 was considered as part of the consent agenda. 9.2.2, a staff report regarding capital project financial status report Q2 2020. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the staff report? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. Okay, I don't see any. So I have a motion by Councillor Fertini to approve the report recommendations. Is anybody opposed? Seeing none, thank you. There are no objections, so the motion carries. Moving on to 9.2.3, a staff report regarding 2020 second quarter operating budget and reserve report. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the staff report? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. Okay, seeing none. No, still seeing none. Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to approve the report recommendations. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Thank you. There are no objections, so the motion carries. 9.2.4 was considered as part of Delegation 7-9. 9.2.5 was part of the consent motion. Moving on to 9.2.6, a staff report regarding relief measures for overdue property taxes. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the staff report? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. Councillor Vicente has offered to move it. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente to approve the report recommendations. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Thank you. There are no objections, so the motion carries. 9.3.1, discussion item at the request of Councillor Fertini, rat infestation. Councillor Fertini. Councillor Fertini. Councillor Fertini.
Mr. Chair, he is in the session.
Okay. Can we, I guess, stand this item down, or?
We can, Mr. Chair, as we go on to question period or other items on this section.
Yeah. I'll move on to councillor question period. Do any members, Councillor Pleshy, you can ask the question here.
Thank you. I was throwing the question in the chat, but
the perfect part of the agenda.
yeah, this popped up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Government relations met this week. Those minutes go directly to council. They don't come here, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Peter, is there an opportunity where I can, I guess, ask the question here in the public for more detail to come to council next week, included in those minutes?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So councillor question period is an opportunity to ask questions. If it translates into a motion, it needs to be added as a new business item. But if it's just a question, it could be addressed in something that is being reported to council next week.
Okay, so I'll ask the question. I wasn't planning on putting forward a motion. It's just, I was looking at the council expenses, mine in particular, and some of those items that I find through that each councillor pays for throughout the year, there's not much justification for some of those. I think some of those services to be so high, and I know that. So on our side of the office, we have 3 councillors that use one printing machine, and I don't fully understand why there are so many charges to me in particular, and I'm assuming those two other councillors at the same time in the same month. So is it that it is one bill that is split 3 separate ways every time the billing cycle goes, and specifically to the RICO printing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I'll start, but I don't know if I can offer any help. I'm not familiar enough with the expenses and how they're broken down for the councillors' offices.
Okay, so maybe what I'll ask then is, I know that's a tough question, Peter, but there are also other inconsistencies when I'm looking at, so when Councillor Willens and I are looking at our staff's Rogers bill that goes towards our expenses, it's consistent, but what I'm seeing is there's inconsistencies with my bill, and I don't do anything different, but the fluctuation sometimes is up near over $100. Now I don't sign off on those bills in my office because I would like further explanation. I look at the detailed breakdown invoice that I get from Rogers, and I don't, and so I'm not okay. I'm never okay with my Rogers bill, much like my own home bill. If there's blips on some of the bills that come through, then I start asking questions. So I guess what I would like to ask is if we can have somebody from staff that are dealing directly with Rogers, if we can look at the possibility of finding more somewhat more consistent billings and what those blips may be. Also, there are, I find that the RICO printing costs are a little bit extreme with the limited amount of printing that my office does. And I'm not talking about Councillor Willens, I'm just referring to my side, where we have a strict paperless policy, and if there is times where we must print something, which is extremely rare, I don't see why we are being charged any of the costs unless it's just a rental cost. If it's a rental cost, then why are the numbers not always the same? So, and then just maybe some of the other inconsistencies around some of the billing that's happening with the office. I'm not in the Government Relations Committee, so maybe there's an opportunity for us to revisit some of those bills that have been coming through by way of whomever is handling that. I don't know if there is one person in our office that takes care of it, or if we have to go through to separate departments to talk about that. Can you answer that?
Councilor Fleischer, would it be more appropriate, since we know the direction of your questions, that Peter take that under advisement and have the necessary staff at next week's council meeting, and we'll pull out the minutes and have the staff there to answer the questions?
That's a great idea, Councillor Singh. Just wanted to throw some of the stuff out there so that
Yeah, no, it's good. It gives them heads up as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Peter, you can take that under advisement to make sure the necessary staff are there next week when we pull out the governance section.
Chair, so David here. The short answer is yes. However, it may be a good idea. We can have individual staff speak with individual councillors because the billings are unique and different. So anything we can do to help facilitate that discussion as well. So we'll have the discussion with the councillor one-on-one, but also be prepared to speak to the issues at next week's council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's great. I think if any councillors do have the issue, then if we could have that discussion. But David, there's Mr. Barrick, there isn't one staff, right? So if we have a number of issues that we're dealing with in the office for what different types of billings, we have to talk to different departments, do we?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So we will have a single point of contact for your office on this matter.
Okay, do you know who that is?
I will confirm and advise as soon as possible.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So we'll continue that discussion next week as well. I think staff has an appropriate heads up. Councillor Fortini, I see you on the list. Your item was also stood down. So seeing that nobody else has a question, I'll also let you speak to your rat infestation at this time.
Thank you. No, I was just going to ask the same thing, bring it to the minutes. I have a lot of questions next week on the committee. Did you want, so I'm up with for the rat, is that what you're saying?
Seeing that there's no other questions from councillors, I'll let you talk about the rat infestation now, then I'll go to public questions.
Sure. So, at the region, we had that big problem with the rats everywhere. And I think we got to look at the property standards. When, these guys do an amazing job, they go out there, they look at homes where there's all garbage. They give them an order to comply. They clean it up. And then a month later it happens again. So, and then it starts the process all over again. We have to come up to something that says, hey, this is the third time I'm coming to your house. We cannot keep doing this because it's wasting resources from our property standards and their time and everything. And it's always the same, usually like in my area, I know it's always the same 7, 8, 10 residents. It's always the same people. So we keep going back and forth. And that's where you get all these rats and all. They have to clean it up. And maybe the third time I don't know how we're going to do it. See what property standards we could help them out and maybe give them the third time they come, they just get fined. That's all I was going to try to suggest because they're going way above, keep going to the same homes over and over and over. They clean it up, they close the file, and then it starts all over again.
All right, thank you. Councillor Bowman would also like to speak to this.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to Councillor Fortini for bringing this up because I'm hearing the same complaints. And I just wondered, under property standards, if they go and they find a lot of garbage kicking around, I don't know if John Avbar's on the line or if somebody else is, they have 21 days to clean that up. Is that correct? I don't know, is anybody from bylaw there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't see anybody, but I believe an order to comply when issued generally is 21 days, but it may vary. But I think that is a generally what is applied.
Okay, and on this point, I agree totally with Councillor Fortini. When we get, if the garbage has been sitting there for 2 weeks or 3 weeks and the neighbor calls and complains and our bylaw officer goes over and looks at it and does issue a notice of compliance, then the owner has 21 days approximately in the hot summer. I mean, that's just a breeding ground for vermin and maggots and everything else. Quite the stew. So I'm just wondering, is there anything that we can do within our bylaws if it's something like that to speed that up and say, you got like 2 days to clean this up to prevent that spread? And I guess since nobody from bylaws there, we'll have to leave that question with them to answer for me later.
Would you, I'm going to offer, because the staff, isn't here, Paul Morrison or John Avbar, would we like to continue discussion next week and give them a heads up to come to the council meeting?
Sure, as long as that's good with Councillor Fortini. Councillor
Fortini, is that an appropriate way forward? And we can have bylaw on as well.
Yeah, I agree because, they're doing it, like I said, it's 21 days and then in order they go there, it's cleaned up and then a month later starts over again. So, how many times we got to say, so if we have bylaw, they can answer more and see how we can help them once we go there the third time. You know what, there's no more 21 days. Maybe if we could change a bylaw, give them a fine, and this way we clean it up more because it's always the same people over and over. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll wait for next week. Thank you so much.
Okay, so there's a motion that item regarding rat infestation be referred to the September 30th meeting at council. Is anybody opposed? Being nobody, that's approved. Moving on to 9.6, public question period. Do any members from the public have any, did we receive any questions, Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did not for this section.
Okay, perfect. I will pass it on to Chair Vicente for the Public Works and Engineering section.
Thank you very much. Next, we have item 10.1.2, a staff presentation by Michael Hoy, the Supervisor of Environmental Planning, Public Works and Engineering, regarding the Center for Community Energy Transformation. We also have staff report 10.2.2, which we can consider also at the same time. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Chair and Councillors, for the opportunity to present this exciting opportunity to accelerate the city's climate change, achieving the city's climate change goals, but also reaping some of the economic and social benefits associated with those goals. The impetus of this report was a council resolution in February 2019 that directed staff to report back on establishing an Institute for Sustainable Brampton. This was also recommended in the 2040 vision. 2040 vision sort of described a community organization that would be an arm's length overarching facilitator for everyone. It would marshal the community's financial and social capital, secure capacity for sustainability. It would teach, program, market, and model sustainable practices. I think establishing the Center of Community Energy Transformation will not only help Brampton achieve its goals, climate change goals, but furthers council priorities to be a green city, to be a well-run city, and to be a city of opportunities. Next slide. What are we presenting, or what are we proposing? Initially, the 2040 vision really talked about a sustainability organization. Staff and the project team that sort of led this project felt that we needed to have a focus, a specific focus that this organization could run under. And with the development of the community energy plan, we felt that this was the opportunity for an organization to take on some of the responsibilities and actions within that plan that really involved the community coming together and acting coherently. So the Brampton CSET, or we call it CSET, Center for Community Energy Transformation, will be a center of energy excellence that collaborates with Brampton's community to accelerate Brampton's achievement of climate change targets. Next slide. Why do we need this? Well, we need to accelerate our climate change actions and address the climate emergency that Council declared last year. There's also a realization that the municipality, the City Hall, cannot do everything. And it really, if we're going to tackle a climate emergency, it's going to take entire community working together with the shared goals and collective action. Next slide. For the city to achieve its aggressive climate change targets, as outlined in the just approved community energy plan, we need to embrace and implement an urban and energy transformation over the next 40 years. The energy plan really demonstrated the value of having all sectors, residents, businesses, industry, schools, nonprofits involved in the planning, designing, and implementing of these transitions. Next slide. In Brampton, our approach to addressing the climate change and the urban transition, the energy transition, is represented by our 2040 vision, which really sets out a great roadmap of how the city sees itself in the next 20 years and how it evolves from a low-density suburban community to a real urban centers across the city. And also we have the community energy plan that was just approved this council meeting, and that really lays out a plan how we can complement 2040 vision with energy lens. For example, where the vision outlines city centers and town centers, the CERP targets near net zero for these communities and district energy opportunities. Where the vision prioritizes active transportation and transit, the CERP recommends increasing our walkability mode shift of walking from 1% to 7%. Next slide. One of the key lessons I learned from undertaking the community energy plan was the realization that Brampton has already seen a few energy transitions in its history. The first was moving from local sources of energy such as wood to coal and steam power. The result was that we saved the last remaining bit of our forests, and we had an economic boom with the Industrial Revolution, but we also had blackened skies and blackened buildings with the coal. And then we had a sort of a second transition where energy became more centralized. We had centralized electricity generation. Brampton at one time had its own electricity generation utility centered on Huntingville and delivered electricity to downtown Brampton in the early 1900s. That was consolidated through this last energy transition into Ontario Hydro. And also the widespread use of gasoline really allowed people to flee the dirty cities and move into the suburbs. And that was a direct relation to how Bramalea sort of came into being. The current transition that we are already underway and we're already starting to see in Brampton is a move towards distributed energy, looking at energy opportunities for solar, geothermal, and district energy, and also looking at decarbonizing the fuel sources. So looking at renewables and ways to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. And the third aspect is really a deep building retrofits for existing buildings in the city. Next slide. You've already seen this in the previous community energy presentation. Really want to say here again is that homes and transportation really account for almost 85% of the community's energy and emissions. Our buildings are half as efficient as the global best practices on average. That's really due to the fact that we have a lot of old buildings in the city, a lot of older homes. Next slide. The SERP was also telling us that we need to really act now. We need to really start working on these priority projects. Really working on aligning our programs, establishing a home retrofit program, updating our transportation master plan, and implementing a lot of the active transportation and transit recommendations, looking at district energy systems in our towns and city centers. We're already doing that with Heritage Heights community, and we're also working with RioCan and the Uptown community. And develop integrated energy master plans. A lot of our new recreation centers are going through retrofits or looking at energy or integrated energy plans right now. And then really looking to establish a community organization. Well, recognizing that really it's not going to be a city, it's going to be a whole community and all sectors of the city working together to address climate change. Next slide. So through Council's direction, the 2040 vision and the community energy plans, recommendations, we began work on trying to define what this community organization could be in 2019. We set up a project working team with city and regional and Sheridan representatives, and we hosted a workshop in November of 2019, where we had about 25 organizations that span from local environmental groups, businesses, utilities, and provincial representatives. And from this workshop, there was a real consensus that this kind of community organization really, if it wants to meet the climate emergency, should focus on energy transformation or transition. It needs to be arm's length from the city so that its mandate keeps going forward, regardless of how council changes. It has to be on action oriented. The Institute, everybody thought was the name Institute was more of a research facility. We didn't really want that. We wanted something to do action on the ground, working for the city. And the community also wanted a broad support. So it wasn't be just municipalities or institutions working. It would be residents, buildings, businesses, developers, industry, all working together under this umbrella organization. Next slide, please. So really imagine a nonprofit community organization is focused on collaborating with a developer to build Brampton's first net zero community. An organization that leads a community effort to retrofit homes across the city. I think the SERP is recommending 80% of homes across the city be retrofitted. Imagine a community organization that serves as a place where residents and businesses can go get information about energy efficiency, about funding opportunities. There's a lot of funding out there that most homeowners don't know how to access, or businesses, and a place where people can be motivated to take climate action. Imagine a community organization that showcases Brampton's energy leadership and where other communities come to learn from Brampton's examples. Next slide, please. So there are a lot of benefits to having this community organization. From a green city perspective, cleaner air and addressing our GHG emissions targets. From a city of opportunities perspective, you can see a lot of green investment. If we attract, we have lower utility bills than other municipalities surrounding us. We would attract businesses. We also would attract jobs through a home retrofit program, where we're going to see 80% again of homes retrofitted, or at least that's our target. Retaining energy dollars in the city, more energy savings means more money in residents' pockets and businesses' pockets to reinvest in the community. And a well-run city is a civic engagement through partnerships with public and private sectors, residents working towards a common goal, and a place to learn about how Brampton is addressing the climate emergency and the energy transition. Next slide, please. Really, we envision the CSET as at its heart as a collaborative space where people come, businesses come, other municipalities come to learn about what we're doing from an energy perspective. An organization will be working for Brampton residents, businesses, industry, and the municipality to achieve common goals. It'll bring together utilities, residents, developers, schools, municipalities to secure Brampton's energy future. It will ensure Brampton gets its fair share of funding and energy investments. Right now, as I said before, there's a lot of funding out there for energy and energy planning, development, but we're not getting our fair share. So this organization would really work towards that. And also just being known as a place for a world leader in showing Brampton as a world leader in energy planning and energy addressing our climate change emergency. Next slide. So the role, what would the CSET do? CSET, we see it as managing select projects from the community energy plan's priority projects. We see it as advocating for energy investment in Brampton. We see it again as securing funding opportunities for residents, businesses, and the municipality. We see it again as communicating and engaging businesses, residents, all sectors of Brampton in the energy transition and our climate emergency. Next slide, please. As I stated, the city can't do everything. City Hall has we have our responsibilities. We have what we're really good at. Doing this community energy plan, you realize there's a lot of things that are beyond what the city can do. So this city really is focused on working on that energy or that urban transition, where we're trying to implement the 2040 vision through various policies, programs. We need someone to help us with the Brampton, or an organization help us with this Brampton energy transition by planning and coordinating and delivering specific projects that are coming out of the community energy plan. So specifically, we're looking at home retrofit program. As I stated, 80% of the homes have been targeted in the community energy plan to be retrofitted, energy retrofits. Looking at district energy nodes within our urban and town centers, improve building efficiencies, working with businesses and industry to look at opportunities in cooperation with each other to see if there are any efficiencies, energy ways to share energy and heat energy, and really do engage community and talk about climate change and what important is to collective action to get to where our goals tell us we need to be. Next slide. You were introduced to the community task force and the two chairs, co-chairs, Dave Capel and Hassan. Really, we're seeing in helping us move forward with the community energy plan implementation. We see the community task force is perfectly positioned to help us move forward with setting up this Center for Community Energy Transformation. They know what the plan says. They know Brampton. They have a vested interest in the community succeeding. Yes, next slide, please. So we're asking council to give staff direction to continue working on establishing this Center for Community Energy Transformation. And as outlined in the council report and associated consultant reports. If approved by council, the project team will continue to work on the following sort of quick actions in the next 18 months. Really looking at a funding model. We don't expect the city to be the major funder of this. I think if it's going to be a community organization, it needs to have funding from a diverse range of partners. So over the next year, working at where we can get that kind of $1.1 million over 5 years, develop an organizational framework, like set up the bylaws and the board manuals and job descriptions, initiate the process to become a nonprofit, and then begin the process of recruiting board members to sit on this, so real skill-based board, and then look at drafting a service level agreement between the organization and the city. And hopefully over time, start moving the city out of this coordination role and having the center be its own entity. Next slide, please. That's it, thank you. I just want to say a really important aspect of the community energy emissions reduction plan is a citywide, community-wide commitment to collaboration. And we're not going to get there if the community energy plan sits as a city and municipal responsibility. It has to be taken up by all sectors of Brampton's community to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, and members of committee. We have some questions. Councillor Willens.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you, Michael, for your excellent report. I won't really elaborate too long. I just want to thank your staff and yourself and the task force for getting this put forward. I know when we first talked about the Institute for Sustainable Brampton, we had a lot of input from members of our community that are heavily involved with sustainability in Brampton, and your staff did a great job at having them focus it around energy, because we got them to realize that energy touches every aspect of a sustainable city, whether it's active transportation or whether it's carbon sinks or sequestration from the trees. And everything that we do in an energy plan affects everything when it comes to those factors. So I know we had some delegates speak about that we want to be more aggressive with the pedestrians. I mean, but if you look at the population of Brampton, I mean, moving from 1% of the population that walk now to 7% will actually take it from 6,500 people to over 45,000 people. So if we can get to 7% and get 45,000 people out of their vehicles or walking that last mile to the bus station or the last kilometer to the bus station, it's going to be a big impact on the community. So thank you very much again, Michael, for your comments and your report, and I look forward to having this passed unanimously as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I never like going after Doug when we're talking about the environment stuff. I often lean on him for his expertise and work that he's done on the files. But thank you, Michael Hoy, for bringing this forward, all the work that's being done. You had mentioned involving the development community. And so just to let you know, I don't know if you do know, and Councillor Willens and I have been talking, but I've been starting with having preliminary discussions with the development community to see what the appetite is like out there for bringing a zero carbon footprint or net zero community to Brampton. So early discussions, lots of feedback, lots of interest out there, and maybe in the near future we can all sit down, put our heads together, physically distanced away, to talk about the potential for this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Pleshy. Members of committee, you have before you a motion moved by Councillor Willens to receive the presentation and approve the staff report recommendations to establish a Center for Community Energy Transformation. Again, another very important milestone motion here today. I see no further questions. All in favor? Anyone?
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. Mr. Clerk.
Members, please indicate you're in favor or against. Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon? I'll come back to you. Councillor Singh.
Favor.
Councillor Fortini.
In favor.
Councillor Williams.
I'm just about to vote.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. And Chair Vicente.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon, are you there? Councillor Dillon has indicated yes in the chat function. So, Mr. Chair, that motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you. Members of the committee, our next item is an added item by Willens on road resurfacing. Councillor Willens, the floor is yours.
Oh, sorry, that came up quick. Yes, just more quickly, I don't need to have a discussion today, but in regards to the road surfacing, I know we've put a stop to it. Maybe next week at council or next committee, they could bring back a report on, does this affect any of our current contracts that we may have had signed for this fall? And just, yes, it doesn't have to be today, just maybe they can bring it back, because I know we put a pause on it to look at the active transportation and whatnot, but I certainly don't want to disrupt some of the contracts that we may have already been awarding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you. And I was going to bring up the same thing. There's a motion forward, I think, Peter, we worked on to bring it forward, to let them start, I think, right away. Just the roads where there's no bike lanes. If there's a curb on each side, I think they should continue those roads because at the end of the day, you know, there's not going to be bike lanes on someone's lawn. So I think we missed, I don't know how to say, like communications last week when we said stop all. But if there's not going to be no bike lanes, I don't see why we're stopping that type of work. We got 35 roads to finish. And, you know, the asphalt plant usually between the 7th to the 15th of November, they shut down. It depends on weather. And these roads are not going to get accomplished. We're already kind of too late with the COVID and the heat. And now even getting concrete is going to be a hard time for these people. So at least maybe we could amend that motion and approve it today in principle to let them start right away if they can. And I know it's going to be hard when they move the equipment and they move some crews and now come back. But at least they could do the roads where there's no bike lanes. There's also boulevards to finish where you enter your driveway with no asphalt. Like that had nothing to do with bike lanes. So I think it was a little bit of miscommunication last week, and see how we could improve or get them back as fast as we can. Like Councillor Wallen said, there could be something complications on the contract, and I know they're not going to finish the roads. It's just impossible to do now. And this is beautiful weather we lost. And I get it where the active transportation for bike lanes are going to come. We could stop those and think better, but I don't see why we have to stop some certain side streets. And in case we do put a bike lane, the line could always be painted there. So that's what the motion is brought forward for.
Thank you. I have Councillor Willens on the board.
Yeah, just quickly. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Fortini's comments. I'm not trying to stop where there's going to be active transportation. I'm just trying to think of the road resurfacing because there are a lot. I know Conestoga had started. Now they weren't there last couple of days, so I don't know if they've been told to stop. But I certainly don't want it to affect some of the contracts we have. And if it is the intent of the original motion that we look at where there's going to be active transportation or cycling infrastructure, I'm okay with that, positing those ones. But I think we should really commence with the ones that are scheduled for road resurfacing, where Councillor Fortini alluded to there is isn't a need for active transportation. So that's my thoughts. Thank you, Councillor Pertini.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Brown.
Councillor Vicente, I was just going to say, I wonder if this motion is redundant from last week. So if this motion is reporting back to September 30th, I think the motion last week is also reporting back next week, and maybe the clerk can advise. But I know there's the 49 amendments we received from Kevin, Lisa, and Chris at Bike Brampton based on the suggested missed opportunities. And so I know Jane and her team have the list from Bike Brampton, and hopefully we'll get their assessment of it next week. And so either way, we proceed September 30th. But wouldn't this motion not have the same effect as the motion that was passed last week, which means that we're back on course starting next Wednesday?
Okay.
Peter, can you advise us on that?
Yeah, Peter, Mr. Clerk, if you can provide some advice.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so the motion which carried at council last week was that any new road resurfacing be paused until council has been presented the requested report. And there was an earlier clause in that resolution that said a report come back to September 30th. So that is a full and complete pause as stated in the resolution. What this motion is trying to do is put some specifics around that there are some certain projects that for a number of different reasons can continue, and it's just making sure that this direction today will then line up at council next week with the report that's coming back to provide clear direction to staff.
Yeah, so Peter, on that note, the pause ends next Wednesday. It was just a 2-week pause to get the report back on active transportation. And so if this is, was it not very specifically only a 2-week pause in the motion last week?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it was a pause until the report was presented back, which the target date was September 30th. That's correct.
Oh, I thought the motion specifically said only 2 weeks.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it didn't specifically say 2 weeks, but the second clause in the motion was that staff review the road rehabilitation resurfacing plan and address some of the specific streets that were identified in the council debate last week and report back on September 30th. And then the final clause said that any new road resurfacing be paused until council has been presented with that requested report. So it's implied the report is coming back on September 30th.
Okay, so then so it says 2 weeks, but it's not necessary 2 weeks, or I don't really follow that, Peter. If you could explain.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so last week at council debated, an added item was added to the agenda about the 2020 preliminary road rehabilitation resurfacing plan. In that ensuing discussion, there was a table that was presented, and there were amendments moved to ask staff to report back on September 30th with some specific changes perhaps and other considerations for the road resurfacing plans. And I think particularly in the debate was in relation to active transportation implications. It also asked in the resolution that future considerations include no parking designations along certain streets. And finally, it did say that there would be no new road resurfacing and any new road resurfacing be paused until council has been presented with that requested report, which just does imply by default it's the report on September 30th. And perhaps staff can comment that I presume there is a report tracking then for September 30th.
Okay, so essentially what Councillor Willens is saying is the same thing that we passed last week, which means we're going to get, council will be in a position to get back on track starting next week, and any of the concerns brought forward by Bike Brampton will be, we'll hear staff's opinion on them, and then we can accept them or not accept them next week. So I'm fine to support Councillor Willens' motion, but I think it's consistent with what we passed last week.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Brown. I have Councillor Santos on the board.
Yeah, I'm on before Councillor Santos.
No, I'm not on the board. I'm just making comments on the board.
Okay, Councillor Fertini.
Yeah, Mayor Brown, I get what we're saying, but when we have an entrance to people's driveways that's been dug out since July, that has nothing to do with the bikes. I'm not saying to go stop where bike lanes are, But, you know, we got roads where there's a curb on each side, no sidewalks. And there's no, if there's a bike lane, the bike lane could always be added by paint on the road. So we're going to fall behind here, and there's roads dug out, and we're not going to finish them. And we got people already complaining, why did we stop? When's my entrance and my driveway going to be repaved? There is grass to be fixed along people's homes where they already did the curbs, and they're all piled up there. The grass is dying. So I'm not saying the bike lanes, and I agree with you and Councillor Wellens, but you know, people's entrance, their boulevards, and their driveway have nothing to do with the bike lanes or the repairing their grass in front of their homes. So we only have about 5 weeks left, and now the weather's beautiful this week. Another week or 2 weeks, they're going to start getting some rain and bad weather, and we're going to have catch bases sticking out where they already grind it, and we're not going to finish the roads. We have 35 roads to do. So I think we should look at the roads where there's no sidewalks, the water poles everywhere, they're already broken, and try to do at least another 6-7 roads before the season ends, because people have to walk their kids to school, they got strollers, and there's no sidewalks. Those are the rules I'm saying. And if we ever want to have a bike lane, we just paint on the side. We can't go put a bike lane on someone's lawn. It's not affecting the bike lanes whatsoever. Those are the only type of roads I'm trying to give direction to staff to at least continue that portion. And next week we could just verify the minutes, but at least we're giving them directions now, because we have another week, and it's not going to be easy to get this crew here to start. And then now it's the end of September. We only got October and 1 week of November, and that's it. The season's over. And we have some roads that really have to be done, or else you can't even plow the roads. That's all I'm asking. So, well, anywhere to do with bike lanes, I agree with you 100%. We have to wait, but putting some grass and doing people's entrance of their driveway has nothing to do with the bike lanes. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you, Councillor. I know we have next speaker is Councillor Singh, but I also have a request from staff to speak.
Yes, thanks. Thank you, Councillor Vicente, through the chair. I just wanted to, maybe I can be helpful here in just clarifying the ask is that last week when we talked about pausing the resurfacing, the direction was a full and complete stop. So we asked our contractor, shovels down on the Wednesday night, and to stop all work. As Councillor Fortini mentioned, this time of year, we are pushing to make sure that we are trying to beat the weather, because once the weather turns, then the temperatures go down, the asphalt plants close. There is no ability to complete the work that we've already started in before the winter weather goes. So the concern is that we do have roads that have been, the work has been started. In some cases, as Councillor Fortini mentioned, there are driveways that still have to be repaired. We have boulevards that have to be completed. We have resurfacing that is almost ready to go. And so there's those group of roads, but there's also, we are running out of time. As this year was a little bit different, is that we had awarded the contract a bit later because of COVID. There was some delays in the contractor's ability to be able to execute the work as efficiently as he normally would because of the issues associated with COVID. But he's done good progress up until last week. And so now we are in a position where we are looking through the list. To Councillor Wellens' point, we will be looking through the list because already there are going to be some roads that we will not be able to complete in 2020, and we're going to have to defer those to 2021. And what we're trying to do is minimize those list of roads that have to be deferred because we are trying to make sure that we are repairing those prior to the winter. We do not want to open up any roads and not be able to finish them before the construction season. And then on top of that, we did receive the list through Mayor Brown in regards to the suggestions as we look through the list for AT. I know Henrik's on the line, and I know his team have been looking through the list. From what I understand initially, and I haven't gone in detail with them, and I don't know if Henrik will be able to give an update on it, but I think what the report will show next week is that a lot of the suggestions that were made are already were already included and already planned for in the 2020 resurfacing program. And to Councillor Fortini's point, even if there are roads at this point that are not going to be, that do not, for instance, call for bike lanes, in very rare cases, where, you know, unless you have a really wide right of way, and I know we were talking about North Park last week, in very rare cases, would you have the bike lane going anywhere but on the road? And in order for the bike lane to be painted on the road, you have to resurface the road anyway. So if there is a decision to look at the painting, the line painting, and where you'd like to put them and how you'd like to put them, those are decisions and discussions we can have in the meantime. However, the resurfacing contractor, unless he finishes his resurfacing, there's not going to be a canvas for us to be able to paint those lines on. So it's just a, what staff is requesting is that we have an opportunity to restart the resurfacing contract, to get going on it, to try and make sure we're mitigating any delay costs associated with this, because the machines are idle. The staff have, the workers have been sent home. And the sooner we can get them back, the better chance we have of being able to complete the program. And Henrik, I don't know if you wanted to have any comments based on your review of what was sent a couple of days ago or last week.
Thank you, Jane. Through Chair Vicente. Yeah, I can confirm that actually my team and I are looking at that list right now. And yeah, I can confirm that you know, the most of the projects that are included on there are already included in our program as well. I think some of the issue may have been that the table that was actually presented last week was a little bit dated. It hadn't been brought up to speed completely. So we are going line by line through the projects that the advocates had recommended. And with a few exceptions at this point, I think all of those projects have been included, and we'll be providing a full explanation of the ones that we see going forward and the ones that we don't.
Okay, thank you very much. Just an opportunity to speak here, if I may. I see this motion as essentially having to come back to council next week for ratification. And so one way or another, to the mayor's point, we have a 7-day period from today where action as a result of a motion can be taken. But to staff, is there some room for staff to be able to continue work on those routes where active transportation is part of the plan, that is not called into question by the list submitted last week? Is there some way that work can resume immediately based on the interpretation how we are going through this discussion today, given that there was a pause that was put in place on all works across the city? But really the concern was for those routes which may not have included active transportation updates. But here we have us looking to staff to be able to resume work on those roads where active transportation is in fact part of the scope of the plan.
So Chair David here, the challenge that we as staff are facing is there's a very clear council resolution from the last council meeting. And I know that there's now some conversation about staff having some flexibility to have some discretion around some items versus others, hence this resolution today. The resolution today, because we're at committee, to the mayor's point, doesn't actually take effect until next week. And so from a staff perspective, you know, our hands are tied to the resolution of council that is in effect and will remain in effect until next Wednesday. So I'm hearing, you know, there's conversations about allowing some discretion, but staff, you know, we want to make sure we're adhering to the council resolutions. And so it's really, you know, up to this committee today. I mean, even if there is direction given, I think, you know, that's something we're, you know, I'd look to Peter as the clerk as well to view the validity of direction today with the resolution forthcoming next week. Now, I would add, the mayor and Councillor Santos were the movers of the motion last week, and so I would predominantly look towards, from an interpretation basis, the movers and seconders of the motion, and my sense is that it's pretty firm in terms of maintaining the 2-week break until the report comes back. So I'm not sure if that's all very helpful commentary to you, Chair, but that's kind of the position that we find ourselves in from a staff perspective.
So to David, are there any impacts that may occur as a result of the stopping of work?
Mr. Chair, if I could jump in here. Yes, we have been given notice from the contractor that there will be financial impacts to the stoppage of work.
Okay. I have here a call to question from Councillor Pleshy, but I think Mayor Brown would like to speak. Mayor Brown?
I was just going to say, you know, we've passed a few motions on active transportation. I don't like the fact we keep on coming back to this discussion. But, you know, the feedback I was getting from the cycling community is, you know, how many motions do we have to pass before their inputs gets considered? If a car project, if a road project is over budget, there's always requests to find that funding. But when it comes to active transportation, it's, we've used up the 2019 or the 2020 budget. We'll have to wait till next year. And you know, I just don't think. I think one of the reasons we passed this last week, and it was an 11-0 motion, if I recall. You know, it was very clear. And so we have the list from Bike Brampton. I want to know what staff thinks about it. And I have to say, I'm a little bit perturbed by the comment that the list was dated. I provided the list to them based on what I got from our staff, which I got that list a week ago. And so the staff that came, that was sent to me directly from the CEO, was a list that was provided to them. And so that's dated. How are we getting dated information? If it's dated last week, why is our information not accurate? And so we want an emphasis on active transportation. We've got challenges with diabetes, challenges with childhood obesity. We want to change lifestyles. And the feedback I was getting from Bike Brampton was questions on all these streets that were connection streets that they felt, well, why was this not included? Or they thought it was already part of an active transportation plan. And so I'm looking forward to the staff's feedback on each of the points they raised. And maybe there is a perfect explanation, but I want to see that that explanation. And the reason I was saying this report is redundant is whether there's Councillor Willen's report that comes back September 30th or Councillor Santos's and mine report that comes back September 30th. We're going to get that report in 7 days. Actually, we'll probably get the report. We usually get it by the end of the week. So we're probably going to have that report in about 2 days. So I'm looking forward to seeing that report in 2 days, but I hope we're sending a strong signal that we take active transportation seriously. And so, you know, I don't know the accuracy of all the concerns, but you know, even Councillor Fertini, you know, you sent me that email about North Park and saying, why didn't we do a cycling trail there? I'm glad that Councillor Fertini has taken up the cause of embracing active transportation. But I can tell you, Councillor Fertini, I got the one email from you, but I had dozens of other emails from other cycling enthusiasts in the city, and I want to know, do their concerns have merit? Our staff have that list now, and we'll find out when they give us their staff report on which ones make sense and which ones don't. But I really hope we're going to be as ambitious and aspirational as possible when it comes to active transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to echo.
I'm on the board. And so am I, Councillor Vicente. I'm right after the mayor.
My apologies. Councillor Fertini, you are correct. You are next. My apologies.
Mayor Brown, I agree with you.
I'm on the board.
I agree with you 100% on the bike lanes and all. But I'm just asking, if someone has a boulevard to come inside their driveway, it has nothing to do with the bike lanes. So we got roads where there's a curb on each side. You can't put the bike lanes on someone's lawn. We could always paint the asphalt for a bike lane. The road still has to be done, and then the asphalt gets painted later for a bike lane. So stopping everything is going to cause a big disaster for at the end of the, because these roads are not going to get finished. They're already having a hard time getting concrete. You're not going to get concrete no more. And the asphalt's going to close in about 5 weeks. So at least let's fix the people's driveways coming in. That has nothing to do with the bike lanes. And I agree with you. When I sent you those pictures on North Park, why don't they put the bike lanes on there instead of the road? But doesn't mean we have to stop someone's entrance from the driveway when it's a private driveway. They haven't finished yet. It's a private driveway. We got sidewalks that are not replaced. It's got nothing to do with a bike lane. People are walking on there, and we got pylons now. They're going to be walking around the pylons, and they can't enter their driveways. They're parked on the road. Those are the ones I'm saying, let's see how we could start to get these things done and stop all the other roads. I agree with you 100%. But we got sidewalks people taken out, and we're not going to finish the sidewalks. It's got nothing to do with the bike lane. Or you coming in the entrance of my driveway. I got no asphalt on my boulevard. I can't get in. They're driving on boards, people to get in because they can't park on the road. So that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not going against you in any way on the bike lanes. I agree with you 100%. But the roads, private property, some sidewalks are taken out. Why can't we just continue doing that part? That's all I'm asking. So I was hoping this motion, and we've done it at the region many times, we could pass it to give direction to staff to do the sidewalks in front of people's homes, not the roads. Replace their grass. The grass is all up in the air. Cable wires are all hanging there. And we're worried about a bike lane when the grass or the boulevard grass has got nothing to do with a bike lane.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Frattini. Councillor Palleschi.
Mr. Chair, you've let members speak more than twice after I put my name on the board. Councillor Santos would like to speak. She has not spoken yet, I don't believe. So I'll wait until after Councillor Santos speaks before I put my call to question.
Thank you.
No, thanks, Councillor.
Santos.
Thanks, Councillor Palleschi. I appreciate that. I do have words to say. The mayor shared them. I would love to talk more about this, but people have kids to pick up. So happy to call the question.
Okay, members of council, you have the motion before you. Moved by Councillor Fortini. Any opposed? And that carries. Now we can deal with item 10 point, do councillor question period. Do any members of council committee have any questions with regards to any item in this section of the agenda? Seeing none, move on to public question period. Mr. Clerk, have we received any questions from members of the public with regards to any item of the Public Works agenda?
None for this section, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I will now pass on the chair then to Councillor Santos to chair the Public Works and Engineering section of the committee agenda. Councillor Santos.
Thank you very much, members of committee. We are now at close to 2:30. Let's try as quickly as possible to get through the rest of this agenda. Our next item on community services is 11.2.1, a staff report on COVID-19 relief funding from Brampton Transit. I believe that General Manager Milojevic wanted to give a very quick overview on this report, followed by questions.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Very briefly, this report just provides administrative authority to execute an agreement that we want to engage with the province to start collecting funds once the guidelines come out and the application process come out. As you know, the province has provided relief funding specific to transit directly to Brampton for $24 million for items like lost revenue, lost advertising revenues, etc. This just provides the ability for us to execute the agreement and then start collecting funds when that application process becomes available. And I'll stop there very, very quickly if anybody has any questions.
Thank you very much, Alex. There are no questions. I have Councillor Palleschi moving receipt of the report as well as the recommendations in the report. Any objections? Seeing none. Next item of the agenda is item number 11.2.2. A staff report on the electric bus status. I believe, oh no, did we deal with that already or no? No, we didn't. Alex, would you like to give a very quick overview, please?
Yep, very quickly. There's two minor consultant assignments or two small capital programs, if you want to call it that. Just provides a requirement to progress a planning and transition towards a full electric bus fleet. It provides a lot of detailed data that we require in setting out kind of a roadmap on how and if we can get there and the benefits of that. And what we'll do is it works towards the goals outlined in the CERP report that came up as well. This will also look at both technologies, battery, electric, as well as hydrogen fuel cells, and looking at how we transition the fleet as well as the entire infrastructure to support electrification for longer term sustainability within our community to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. And I'll stop there if there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Alex. There are no questions. I do see Councillor Williams happy to move receipt as well as any recommendations in the report that is moved by Councillor Williams. Are there any questions or concerns? I have a question from Councillor Palleschi. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just really quickly, Alex, the consultants that will be hired, are they strictly consultants with the abilities to look at transforming the electrical fleet, or are they somebody that are they consultants that have more of a transit-oriented background in terms of providing a service like transit more efficient and effective?
Yeah, and through Councillor Santos, very valid question, Councillor Palleschi. And there's two separate items. One is the electrification feasibility analysis, and that's a very complex model that goes down to route-specific data and the benefits, and it goes block by block. It's a very, very detailed report. This is going not into consultant, but the QTRIC. You're probably familiar with the Canadian Urban Transit Research Innovation Consortium. You've probably seen Dr. Petronich some time ago speak at council in regards to electrification of buses in our phase 1 that QTRIC is modeling for TransLink for York Region and for Brampton. It's part of that whole world global wide data analysis. They're the ones that in the report that are outlined to be doing this work. The second part is called the Brampton Transit Sustainable Fleet Transition Strategy, and that's a second part that we will be going out to procurement for a consultant, and we will be looking for experiences within transit in terms of transition of fleet to electrified fleet, whether it's hydrogen, battery, and a combination of both. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Palleschi. I have a report and the recommendations moved by Councillor Williams. Any objections? Seeing none. Next item of the agenda is 11.2.3. That was dealt with as part of Delegation 7.10. And now we have 11.2.4, the report on Neighborhood Watch Brampton Pilot Expansion Update. I believe that it would be Chief Boysen team giving an overview of this report.
Good afternoon, everybody. Through the chair, we will disconnect the video here, and Razmeen, our community safety advisor, will provide a quick overview.
Wonderful. And while we're setting up, I have Councillor Bowman and Councillor Williams queued up for questions just to make sure. Let me check my list. And I have Councillor Palleschi possibly. Okay, go ahead, Razmeen.
Nope, not me, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, everyone. Through the chair. So we're here today following a delegation from Neighborhood Watch Brampton's program manager on September 9th, 2020. I'm just going to quickly walk through the report. So as you all know, back in July 10th, 2019, Council decided to pursue a pilot expansion of the Neighborhood Watch program managed by Brampton Focus. The overall goal of this pilot project was to assist in building a healthy and safe community while working to engage residents throughout Brampton to increase community involvement and awareness with the intention of improving both the actual and perceived community safety risks. We've been working with the program manager and his team since the beginning of the pilot. We've, provided support through guidance and to help move the program forward. And as well, the program manager has informed us and invited us to several community meetings, participated in videos, and we've attended Neighborhood Watch internal meetings as well, just to further collaborate with the group. The program ran from August 2019 to August 20th, 2020. And to conduct our analysis of the pilot expansion, we used a number of documents. So first was the July 10th, 2019 staff report, which was used as an evaluation tool since we had identified metrics that were to be reported back on. We also used the final report that was provided by Neighborhood Watch Brampton on their perspective in it was based on their perspective on the pilots programs, and this was shared in September 2020. And then we've also used the original expansion proposal shared with staff and all council by Neighborhood Watch on May 30th, 2019. And we've used the report provided to staff by the program manager on April 22nd, 2020, outlining the outcomes at that point. So these documents then form the analysis of the pilot expansion. As you see in the report, we relied on the predetermined metrics as a primary indicator. In addition to the required metrics, council had asked Neighborhood Watch to continue their relationship with Peel Regional Police, as well as actively search for and attain alternative sources of funding. Neighborhood Watch continued to work with PRP in an informal setting through the creation of multiple videos. Unfortunately, they were not able to secure other sources of funding, and this can partly be due to the current pandemic. We would like to actually emphasize that Neighborhood Watch stated a number of challenges they encountered, and staff really do appreciate the unprecedented challenges the current health emergency has presented for all. In the report, we have provided 3 options for council consideration, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rasmeen. I have a first question from Councillor Bowman, followed by Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Rasmeen, thanks, and Bill. Hey, we got 2 for 1 there. Thank you very much for the report. I just have a question about the appendix with the expenses. Can we not ask for the expenses to be broken down a little bit more than what they are? I mean, we spent a considerable amount of time talking about our own expenses today and how they should be broken down and very transparent. And I just find that for the amount of money that was spent, the lack of transparency that's there doesn't look good. And so can we go back and ask them for an actual breakdown? How many people got paid for the $93,000 or $94,000? How many people was that? How many hours were they working? What were their job functions, their job titles, things like that? It sort of leads back to the question I asked originally when this came forward, is are they going to present us with a full set of metrics and like job descriptions? What is it that they're going to be doing? How long? How many? What sort of things do they expect to happen? I just find it very lacking in detail. So can we go back and ask for that?
Through the chair to Councillor Bowman. So Neighborhood Watch did provide us with some more detailed financial information. They did request that we not share or distribute that widely. I'll defer to the clerk as there is a lot of identifiable information in that, but we can share that with council through the proper channels as recommended by the clerk. But we do have more detailed information, and again, we're just requested by Neighborhood Watch to not disseminate that widely.
Okay, and one other question. Sorry, one other question, Chief. Are those audited financials, or is that just a simple spreadsheet that shows their expenses?
Through the chair to Councillor Bowman, that is the invoices and receipts provided by Neighborhood Watch Brampton, not an official audit or anything of that nature.
Did we ask for an audit at all?
Through the chair, no, we did not, and I don't believe that was part of the original council motion as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks so much for the report. Just wondering if you can tell us when they received their first check.
Through the chair to Councillor Williams, I'll just defer to Rasmeen for the exact date here.
Through the chair, they received their first check in late August 2019.
When did they get their second?
Through the chair, I believe that was in the fall of 2019. We'd have to go back and find the exact date. I believe there was a couple months in between the first check and the second check.
Okay, so they've essentially received, and do we know how much those first two checks were that they received in the summer and in the fall?
Through the chair, we can get back to you with those exact numbers and exact dates.
That would be helpful if when we get back some more detail on the expense, it would be great to know when we gave the checks and how much, because it sounds like they might have gotten a significant chunk in the beginning. And you know, there seems to be a lot of attention placed on COVID for the lack of deliverables. And so when we gave the money to Neighborhood Watch, or was it Neighborhood Watch or was it Brampton Focus? Can you clarify that, please?
Through the chair, the money was sent to Brampton Focus to manage the Neighborhood Watch program.
Okay, and Brampton Focus is a non-for-profit organization.
Yes.
Okay. So a question for clarification. In Appendix A, it says that contract staff received $94,110, but the written portion in the report says that the manager received $93,750. So the $360 went to students, and the students also received government funding for salaries. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. The students were provided with opportunities to participate in some of their events, so their services were paid for through that 360. And there's also, yeah.
Sorry. And there's also, you were saying?
So there was, you could count for part-time work provided to the students as
and that was $360. So the manager is the other staff that received $93,750. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct, yes.
So one person received that money.
Through the chair, that's correct, yes.
Okay. So I see that we have also spent, and I say we because it is city money, but a significant amount went to video, equipment, marketing, communications, approximately $46,000. But it says that there was a 66.24 decrease in the amount of people who registered with Neighborhood Watch. Now, is that people who removed their registration, or is that, can you explain that breakdown of the decrease in the amount of people who registered with Neighborhood Watch?
So through the chair, the decrease is sometimes due to people moving into a different location or no longer wanting to participate with the program because of their own time commitments. So there's a number of factors that come into play, and I think one of the challenges with community engagement is to maintain that engagement. So some of those decreases can be due to that, and as well as just I think the fact that we are going through some challenging times with COVID as a significant factor at play.
Okay, well, when you look at the actual definition of Neighborhood Watch, it's a program to help neighbors watch out for neighbors. Its aim is to get citizens involved in discouraging and preventing crime at a local level. So really with Neighborhood Watch, people sign up and then they take it from there to build community on their street with the people they live close to. So, I think it's important to acknowledge that you can't fully achieve that sense of security that you need in a community to feel in order to feel safe with social media. And there's a heavy reliance that has been placed through the Neighborhood Watch on social media. Now social media is a good tool, but it's not necessarily good to build that intimate connection needed to make residents feel safe on their street. And actually, some people would say that social media can exacerbate the feelings of community insecurity because social media keeps people on their phones and computers rather than keeping them connected with their neighbors on the street. So, you know, I understand COVID had its impact. However, many have actually said COVID brought them closer to their neighbors because it forced them to get to know who was on their street. I had people say that, you know, we were able to coordinate fundraisers on the street, people coming out on the street to clang pots and pans at certain times, and that was done because community went out together. So Neighborhood Watch definitely could have played a bigger role in encouraging that by better connection. I don't know. I think a 66.24 decrease in the amount of people registered with Neighborhood Watch would say that we went in the opposite direction. When I look at the recommendations, you know, I'm pleased with the recommendations to bring community safety in-house and you know, looking at the community programs that we have in the city. I think it's a really great way to go. You know, we also have the Community Safety Advisory Committee. I'm always impressed with that group. There are lawyers in that community advisory group. There are people who work in social services. There are, you know, so much information and that can be supported of the work that's being discussed at the city at this level. So I'm happy to see that we're going to be looking at doing this in-house. I know it's conversations we've had in the past, Rasmeen and Bill, and so I think it's a good move. So I'm happy to remove receipt of the report and move to look at option 2. And for us to look at having option 2, and then also going to Councillor Bowman's piece about getting more information on the financial breakdown, if that could be added into the motion as well. I think residents and all of us need a bit more clarity on what happened and how the money was spent so that we can understand where the money went, and it's also good for accountability as well. So I would like to move that, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. There are no other speakers on the board. Permission from members for the chair to speak? I'll take that as a yes. Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. The idea of using the Nurturing Neighborhoods program, an enhanced version of it, actually is, I think, moving forward the way to go. If you think about what Councillor Williams said about making sure residents and neighbors are connected with each other, the Nurturing Neighborhood program already is doing that. I think there are a few follow-up items that need to come in after that, which goes into the enhanced level. And I think also in recommendation 3 and 4, I'd be happy to move that in terms of looking into the Advanced Brampton Fund. Do we have that already as part of option 2, enhance and include? Yes, the Advanced Brampton Fund, as well as the motion to look into more detail the breakdown of the finances, and that's fine. But I would imagine that if there are any sort of identifiable individuals that might be a challenge, we may have to bring that in camera for councillors to consider. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, just a big thank you to Rasmeen and Chief Boys and all the members of the team for putting this together very quickly. I think we have a path forward and everyone should be very excited about it. Any objections to the recommendations? Seeing none, that motion passes. Moving on, I believe, Mr. Clerk, we have item number 11.3.1, the park naming process, or is that not?
Through you, Madam Chair, we still have 11.2.5,
right.
The staff report on outdoor winter recreation amenities.
Okay, 11.2.5, and that's over to you, Derek Boyce, if you want to give us a quick overview, and please let me know if you have any questions, members of committee.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So the report before you is a follow-up to the presentation a couple of weeks ago. Staff in our Parks Division have been working diligently to try to get the appropriate quotes and pricing and details from multiple vendors with respect to these amenities. The report before you is requesting permission should council decide to go forward to begin procurement with these and have these in place. We do note that there is a significant variable working with the local utility company to ensure that they can get power out to some of these locations as necessary, and the appendices do denote what we are trying. We're also currently working on figuring out what we can do with existing remaining power at some of these locations, but staff have worked on identifying what we feel are optimal locations for these assets, as well as trying a new synthetic ice pilot at one of these locations, which we think will help us to gather some good information on that playing surface and whether or not that is something that we can do moving forward. So happy to answer any questions that we may get.
Thank you, Derek. I have a quick comment from Councillor Willen.
Yeah, thank you. And it will be quick because I was going to mention, does the report have anything about synthetic ice? And you did mention that at the end, so I'll just leave that for when the final report comes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a motion from Councillor Willens to receive the report. Any objections? Seeing none, that motion carries. I believe the next item of the agenda now is the park naming of Gourmet, somewhere in Gorey Drive in Queen Street East. Councillor Fortini, you're up.
Thank you. We had some discussion on the park and, for the Italian community, and it was going to be named after John Sperveri. And it was dedicated when the National Homes is building Goreway in 7. So that's going to take at least another 2 to 3 years before we get moving on this park. So I think with staff, there was 2 parks identified, one for one naming, and the other park, this park will be asking to name it after Councillor John Sperveri after 30 years being here.
Okay, is that a motion, Councillor Fortini?
Yes, and staff was okay with it when we talked about it. And
okay, while Peter is putting up the motion on the board, Councillor Paleshi, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is definitely something that I can get behind. Councillor Sperveri was a long-standing leader in the community, did a lot of great things for wards 9 and 10 as an alderman under the former regional councillor Paul Paleshi, and then moving to city and eventually regional. So I look forward to hopefully being there, hopefully COVID-free. If unless we're still dealing with the pandemic, then I think we should look at ways to still have something like this for former Councillor Sperveri and have members of council come out and maintain the distancing, but in the honor of Councillor Sperveri, I look very much forward to this. I'm happy to second, and hopefully maybe all of council is willing to second as well.
Thank you, Councillor
Fortini, for bringing this forward.
Thanks, Councillor Paleshi. I have comments from Councillor Willens, followed by second time Councillor Fortini and Bowman.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Fortini, for bringing this forward. Just for a note, Councillor Sperveri started on council when my father was mayor, and he finished his council term when I became elected to council. So this is an excellent appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Go ahead.
yeah, there's one thing I wanted to ask staff, and I forgot that day that Councillor Paleshi. I think Paleshi Drive goes right to that road where the park is, and that's why I thought of this park, because they did work together for many, many years. Am I correct, or am I wrong? Because that's why I think I picked this park. Derek?
Through you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I would have to liaise with Parks just to get that information. I don't know it off the top of my head. Apologies.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councillor Fortini. I think, Councillor Bowman, that was just a comment absolutely from you. We have a motion on the floor moved by Councillor Fortini, seconded by all members of council. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion carries. The next item on the agenda is an added discussion item from Councillor Paleshi regarding Bill C-237. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you. I would love to speak to
this, but I'm actually just going to move this over to Mayor Brown and look forward to getting behind what Mayor Brown is putting forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Palashi and Chair Santos. MP Sonia Sadu, one of our local Brampton MPs, is trying to get support in Ottawa, put an emphasis on a diabetes strategy. And I think we should lend our support to her bill. Brampton has a real issue with diabetes. We just had a working group meeting on diabetes. And I think we should rally support for this. So if we could pass a motion supporting her bill to create a national diabetes framework and strategy by the Parliament of Canada. And if we could share this resolution with all Brampton MPs, MPPs, FCM, AMO, and frankly, all Canadian MP offices. I'm sure we could send them an email of the resolution.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Bowman, followed by Councillor Willens.
Thank you very much through you, Madam Chair. Happy to support this. Both Councillor Willens and I sat on the Healthy Communities Initiative with the LHIN for the past 4 years before that all got changed. And we were focused on diabetes in the community. Sonia did come out to a couple of our meetings and took great interest in what we were doing there and some of the programs that we initiated there. So happy to assist and support her in this venture she's on.
Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair. Just to reiterate what Councillor Bowman said, 100% behind this, and I'll throw whatever support I can behind it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A comment from Councillor Palashi, followed by Councillor Madero.
Yeah, really quickly, and during that diabetes discussion that we had, Sonia Sadu spoke very highly of Councillor Bowman, Councillor Willens, and I'd like to add maybe if Mayor Brown would be okay to sending it to the region and the locals at Caledon as well.
Thank you. We take that as a friendly amendment, I would imagine, Mayor Brown. Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, thank you. And, echo many of the comments. Having worked with very closely with MP Sonia Sadu in Brampton South and on many initiatives, especially with the South Asian community regarding diabetes, I know her passion. I know the work that she puts into it. And I'm very proud and think that all council can second this motion. But I just think that, I thank the mayor and Councillor Palashi for bringing this forward.
Thanks, Councillor Medeiros. I don't see the motion on the screen right now.
So,
do you require? Yeah.
Madam Chair, I'll just read it out. So I have a note here. It's just that Brampton City Council endorse Bill C-237, and a copy of this endorsement be forwarded to all parliamentary MPs, Brampton MPs and MPPs, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Regional Municipality of Peel, the Town of Caledon, and the City of Mississauga.
Thank you very much. I'm going to add the Peel District School Board and the Catholic District School Board as well, just because we sometimes forget about our school boards, so that they know we're on this as well, if we can, please. And that motion is brought forward by Mayor Brown, seconded by all of council. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. The next item on the agenda is 11.5, Councillors' question period. Do any members have any questions related to the community services section? Seeing none. Next item is 11.6, public question period. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions from the public that have been emailed to you on this section?
Madam Chair, we do. We do have one question from Sylvia Menezes Roberts in regard to transit. It's the question is, how many bus operators for the 501, 502, 511, and 4 routes were asked about how often they reached 100% of seated capacity when determining Brampton Transit didn't need those service hours?
It sounds like a very specific question. I'm not sure if General Manager Blagojevich, if you're prepared to answer that question now, or if you want to take some time to respond later.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Santos, to answer or try to answer Sylvia's question. We have several mechanisms, and I'll try to keep it brief. We currently experience about 12 closed doors a day on certain routes, and our operations group provide insertions of different services to accommodate that. We also have mechanisms through our control room, on-street observations, and through our operators to advise us of any. What I would encourage Sylvia is to reach out, to Doug Rieger. You know Doug, or through our contact center, and provide specific details. If you're observing him on the street today, I do know that we've increased services to help that capacity in September. We're also looking for some more in November, but we're very aware of our closed door situation. So I'd encourage you to do that. Thank you, Councillor Santos.
Thank you, Alex Milojevic. The next item of the agenda is the referred matters list, number 12.1, which is published on the city website. Do any members of council have any questions regarding the referred matters list? I have a no, seeing none. I have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente to approve the referred matters list. No objections. That motion carries. Next item of the agenda is public question period. Mr. Clerk, are there any public questions that have been emailed to us?
There are no more, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Closed session items were dealt with in consent. Do we have to move a motion now regarding that, or did we do that earlier?
That's been addressed, Madam Chair.
Perfect. So the final agenda item is adjournment. Our next committee is scheduled Wednesday, October 7th at 9:30 a.m. I have a motion moved by Councillor Paleshi to adjourn today's meeting. Is there anyone opposed to adjournment? I see none. That motion carries. Thank you, everyone, for all of your hard work. Please stay safe, stay healthy, practice physical distancing, and wear a mask and follow Peel Public Health advice. All the best. We'll see you soon.